Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Thanks, Dave.
Yep, thanks.
Bye.
Good morning, everyone. Is my microphone on? Can you hear in the back? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission Halloween agenda meeting. Today is October 31st, 2024. Happy Halloween to everyone. We have 6 agenda items on our agenda for today. Before we begin, I'll take the roll of commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
And Commissioner Means.
Here.
And I'm Katie Sieben, and I'm also present, obviously. The first item will be introduced by Yunpei Zhang. When you're ready, Ms. Zhang, please introduce item number 1.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 1 is 5 dockets. Docket number G008/M-2443 in the matter of Centerpoint Energy Minnesota Gas, Natural Gas Conservation Improvement Program 2023 Status Report and associated consolidated. Docket number G004/M-24-44 in the matter of 2023 Conservation Improvement Program consolidated filing by Great Plains Natural Gas Corporation. Docket number G022/M-24-45 in the matter of Greater Minnesota Gas Inc.'s petition for approval of 2023 Energy Conservation and Optimization Program tracker account and proposed conservation cost recovery adjustment. Docket number G011/M-24-46 in the matter of a petition of Minnesota Energy Resources Corporation for approval of the 2023 Conservation Improvement Program tracker account, demand-side management financial incentive, and conservation cost recovery adjustment factor. Docket number G002/M-24-47 in the matter of Xcel Energy's 2024/2025 natural gas SIP adjustment factor. The questions before the commissions are: should the Commission approve the gas utilities' proposed 2023 SIP tracker balance? Should the Commission approve the gas utilities' proposed SIP demand-side management financial incentives? Should the Commission approve the gas utilities' proposed conservation cost recovery adjustment factor? Staff filed revised decision option yesterday. Commissioners have received a copy, and there are printed copies at the front of the room. Staff notes that decision option 16A can be disregarded as it is no longer relevant. I have no further remarks, but I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioners, who would like to begin with questions for docket number 1? Commissioner Hom.
Thank you. Chair Sieben, for the Great Plains and Department.
I think they're online.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. First, for the department, will you please, is it you, Mr. Fryer, speaking on behalf of the department?
Good morning, Chair Sieben. Anthony Fryer of the Department of Commerce. We have 3 of us here today to field these questions, depending on.
Sorry, just a second, Mr. Fryer. We're having problems with a microphone, so we can sort of hear you, but not very well. Can you state your name for the record again, and then let's just let him. Mr. Fryer, sorry, could you try again and state your name for the record?
Anthony Fryer with the Department of Commerce. Is that any better?
And Mr. Zychek, are you also appearing on behalf of the department?
Yes, Michael Zychek with Minnesota Department of Commerce, and we have one other with us today also.
The awkward pause is because we can barely hear you. So we're just trying to fix the audio.
My question is rather simple, that whether Department of Great Plains has any concern with the revised 6. If they don't have any concern, they don't have to speak.
Okay, well, Mr. Zychek, can you repeat your name, please, and we'll see if we can hear you better?
Michael Zychek, Minnesota Department of Commerce.
Can you hear in the back? Yes? Good enough?
Good enough, I guess, they get back.
Okay. And for Great Plains, will you please state your appearances?
Travis Jacobson with Great Plains.
Okay. And Commissioner Ham's question for the parties was if you had any objection, what was it, Commissioner Ham, to number 6?
Yeah. Whether you guys have any concern with the revised 6.
Travis Jacobson with Great Plains, and we do not have a concern with the revised 6.
And for the department, are you comfortable with revised 6 as well? I don't know who it is.
All right. Holly Jones with the department, and we did not have any concerns with the revised 6 either.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the utilities or the department in regarding decision options 1 through 23? We can't. It's okay. Commissioner Ham, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stephen. I'd like to move decision option 1 through 23 with the exception of the 6. I move revised 6 and then removing 16A as the staff mentioned that it is no longer relevant.
So what's that, 16?
So all of 16 or just 16A?
Yeah, all of 16 by removing 16A.
So your motion, Commissioner Ham, just to repeat it, is to move all of decision options, the revised decision options, which includes revised 6. It also includes 16, but not 16A.
That's correct.
Is there any discussion of Commissioner Ham's motion?
Only confusion that I had was,
Commissioner Tuma?
we have some blank dates that, are they filled in, or am I, I'm just looking at the revised,
Like number 8, for example?
I got number 12.
In Ms. Zhang, in a CCR in 8, it says a CCRA of insert rate is effective, insert effective date. Will that just, is that correct, first of all, the way we are approving the language? And
Chair Stephen, can you repeat which decision option are you referring to?
I think Commissioner Tumo is looking at a different one, but I just saw in 8, there is a CCRA, the Conservation Cost Recovery Adjustment.
See it.
And then it says a CCRA of insert rate per decatherm is effective, insert effective date. Is that should be the way the order should read?
Chair Stephen, this bill message is completely the same from what the utilities petition, and also the department agrees with their language. So I think the insert rate means that it should be like justified as what the commission approved today, so that
So it's fine.
yeah,
The way it is.
yeah.
And then for Commissioner Tuma, I think was asking same thing for the bill message, that they'll use what we approve to put in the correct rate into the blanks.
Chair Sabin, I believe that is correct.
Okay, great. Good, Commissioner Tuma?
I'm good.
Okay. On Commissioner Ham's motion, Commissioner Ham, we'll move to a vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
Commissioner Means?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone. We're just going to take a quick break before we move to item 2 and make sure we can hear. So the commission stands in recess for 5 minutes. And then we'll take up item number 2. Oh, sounds like it works better now. Everybody can hear? Great. Okay, the commission will come back from its recess. And Commissioner Means, when you're ready, we'll move to item number 2. Okay, item number 2. Ms. Zhang, please introduce item number 2.
Good morning, Chair Sibin and Commissioners. Item number 2 is 3 dockets. Docket number E015/M-24-48 in the matter of Minnesota Power's 2023 Conservation Improvement Program consolidated filing. Docket number E017/M-24-49 in the matter of Otter Tail Power's Corporation's annual filing to update the Conservation Improvement Project rider. Docket number E002/M-24-50 in the matter of Xcel Energy's 2024/2025 electric SIP adjustment factor. The questions before the Commissioner are: should the Commission approve the electric utilities proposed 2023 SIP tracker balance? Should the Commission approve the electric utilities proposed SIP demand-side management financial incentives? Should the Commission approve the electric utilities proposed conservation cost recovery adjustment factor? Staff filed revised decision options yesterday. Decision option 5 was updated to reflect the department's position. Commissioners have received a copy, and there are printed copies at the front of the room. I have no further remarks, but am available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Minnesota Power, did you want to provide comments on something, or are you just here in case there are questions?
Chair Sieben, thank you. We're just here in case there are questions.
Okay. Do any commissioners have questions? Commissioner Sullivan.
I have questions for Xcel Energy.
Good morning. Please state your appearance.
Good morning. Lauren Steinhauser on behalf of Xcel Energy.
Hi, Ms. Steinhauser. Thanks for being here. I have a couple questions for Xcel about the, in particular, with ECO, that when SIP was changed a couple of years ago, it was specifically changed to include demand response as an option. And I'm wondering if the company can tell us how much of the SIP tracker is being spent on demand response programs. That's part one.
Okay. Thank you. I'm actually going to pull up a colleague to answer that question for you.
So really demand response, load flexibility, just.
Good morning. Please state your appearance.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm Jessie Peterson, Xcel Energy. So I'm going to pull your number from my very small chart here. So I should have brought my glasses. My apologies. So for just demand response, would you like the total spend?
It's the percentage, yeah. What I really am, what I'm wanting to know is I want the utilities to be spending money on these types of quickly deployable resources that are really important for the system right now. And I'm just wondering where Xcel is at.
So in our 24 through 26 filing, we have this totaled together, and this one is not as well done under SIP, so my apologies. We've made it much easier in the future. Oh, here we go. So for our residential demand response program, that's where we keep all of our residential ones. The total is $10 million. I'm on the electric side. For business, it is.
And that's probably that's the AC
AC boards
Yep.
and saver switch,
saver switch.
as well as behavioral demand response. And then for business,
And that's 10 million out of the roughly
32
32 million for the entire program?
for the residential segment.
But for the entire the entire SIP program, it's what, about 100 and some million?
Yeah, it's 115.
Okay.
So that's 10 million out of the 115. And then on the business side, it's another $1 million, it looks like.
So,
It doesn't, for two programs, it doesn't actually include the incentives. Those are through rates. So for Saver Switch as well as electric rate savings, those rates cover the incentive portion. And so that's why they're a little smaller.
well, one of the things that I am concerned that Excel doesn't have as robust of projects. And are you planning on filing anything more in ECO with the Department of Commerce? Is there?
We just filed the battery program, Battery Connect. And so that was filed, I want to say, in June. And so we're still working through some contractual obligations with our vendors, but we'll get that launched hopefully in the beginning of the year.
And is Battery Connect like that'll be a full offering?
Yep, and it's a demand response
And
offering.
it'll go through ECO and it's been approved as a
Has
part
been
of
approved
ECO?
already.
Okay. And then what is the company thinking about one of the programs that I'm very interested in is something that Connexus offers, the peak time rebate program. And that peak time rebate program is a behavioral program as well, but I know that they have a significant amount of success with that. But what enables that are the smart meters that Connexus has. Now, Excel, you're in the process of rolling out smart meters, so I don't think that you have that optionality yet. But I'm interested if Excel would be looking at a peak time rebate program utilizing the smart meters, kind of similar to Connexus. I'm interested if that's something you're thinking about.
Yep, we currently actually have Energy Action Days, which is a behavioral demand response program. That program was launched, I want to say, in 2020, which probably wasn't great timing, but we've seen it change over time. And what we do in that particular program is that we send out a postcard to customers or an email now. It says, hey, we're going to have a control event at whatever time in the next couple of weeks, or I think we do it within days now because we do an email. But we say, hey, we're going to do this. And then the customer gets an email that day that says, hey, can you please lower your load during these specific times? We don't give them an incentive, which is what PTR does. Instead, we just ask them to do so. And then we send them messaging afterwards to say, hey, here's how you did. And we were able to do that with some of the AMI technology that we have available today. And those customers who didn't have AMI, we just said, hey, thank you. That's all we could provide at the time. But we have seen some success with that. They do save per customer, it's pretty little, but all of them together, you can see some savings there. So we have that program available today, and we'll certainly look to seeing how that evolves over time.
Well, I'm hopeful that the company, as it, the smart meters that it's rolling out right now are really an exceptional resource. The flexible resources is something that's going to be really critical. I mean, we just had our data center hearing the other day. I know that the company is considering and looking at a lot of new data center development, and flexible resources are going to be really critical. To serving that load, not all of it, but to serving it. And I'm really hopeful that the company takes advantage of the SIP Eco program, and that's something I'm going to be looking at more and more. That's what I wanted to ask. So I'm hopeful that, especially a program like Connexus's program, where they're utilizing those smart meters in a way that I think is really is getting value out of them above and beyond just a regular things that we'll talk more about later. But so, anyways, that's all I wanted to ask.
Are there any other discussion or questions for the utilities or the department? Commissioner Tuma.
Mr. Grenier, if he's on, I don't know if he's, I don't see him in the audience, from Otter Tail. There he is.
Hi, Mr. Grenier. Please state your name for the record. We can't hear you. You're on mute. Oh, wait, just a second. Try again. We can't hear you yet. I love how the camera, no idea what I'm doing here with the sound. So, Mr. Grenier, try again. No. Commissioner Tuma, can you skip your question? Just kidding. Or is there anybody else on from Otter Tail who could answer, who we could hear? Technical challenges this week are high.
Stephen, have Mr. Grenier try again. This is Mary.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Grenier, we can see you moving your mouth, but it looks like he was muted there.
Oh, it's unmuted.
Oh, unmuted. Mr. Grenier?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You hear me?
We're getting some feedback, but we can hear sound from your line. So,
Okay.
just one second. Okay, try again. Please state your name.
All right. Good morning, Chair Stephen, Commissioners. My name is Jason Green with Otter Tail Power Company.
Great. Commissioner Tuma.
Sorry about that, Jason. I didn't mean to make it that challenging, not that important. But I was looking at, and staff pointed out to me that you do have a request for a variance in your motions, number 9, grant a variance. And I was trying to get my brain around that, why we've been doing that. It looks like we grant it every year, and we've been doing it since 1995 is what I gathered from the filing, where you combine the SIP and the FCA. And so I was just curious, how much is that? I mean, as a percentage, I mean, you would think, I get it that you don't want to confuse people, but I mean, it seems like SIP has grown quite a bit since 1995. And so what's the rationale for continuing to do it? Sometimes just because we've done it isn't always a good reason. So I'm trying to understand what is the rationale for continuing to do it. So first of all, how much are we talking about that's kind of tied into the FCA?
Yeah, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, good question. I would have to do a little bit of work on this and to see what percent that is of the total. So how that looks on a bill is called a resource adjustment. And within that resource adjustment, we have a lot of riders within that. So fuels in that, I believe our renewable resource rider is also in that. Our team that's on the next agenda docket, they can actually correct me if I'm wrong there, but it is several riders that we're covering through the resource adjustment. So as far as bill presentment, we combine them there. But I would have to go back and look at what percent that is, because those riders are moving all the time, as you know.
And I just want to make sure, is your understanding that, because one of the standards is that there's no statutory restriction on it. I didn't go back and have a chance to look at what the statute says on the SIP recovery, if it requires it to be in a rider and it requires it to be on the ratepayers' bills. What's your rationale behind that? I was just looking at it now, trying to understand if there is a statutory restriction.
Commissioner Tuma, I don't believe there is a statutory restriction. We used to have part of our conservation improvement or adjustment was actually in base rates, and it's not that we would put on our bill at that point in time to call out what amount was in base rates. So it's fluctuated over the years as far as it's in base rates. Now it's all out of base rates, but it's in this called resource adjustment. But I do believe, statute allows us, it allows us the variance. I would have to go back and read it to it as far as, I think it's more of a broad statute that says, you should list each line item on the bill is what it does, or each charge as a line item on the bill. And so what we've done here is we've combined several into one. And on the back of our bill, I believe we have it where it explains what's actually in that resource adjustment, and it discusses what is in the resource adjustment. So just for transparency for customers.
Yeah, the rule states that the fuel and power adjustments clause should separately itemize. And so that's what essentially the waiver is. You're not itemizing those broad categories of CIP, and it sounds like a couple other things that you put in one large rider. So that's the variance I think that you're seeking. It's not necessarily the SIP, but I was just curious how much we're talking about, because SIP has changed quite a bit, and whether it's worth calling out on its own so people understand why it's there and why we're doing it.
Yeah, Commissioner Tuma, for example, I would just say, if you think about, the CCRA that's in front of you today, we're looking at, it's 0.00555 is what we're positioning here. If you think about just a standard month, what fuel charges might be, you're looking at about 2.5 cents, something like that, per kilowatt hour. And so this is a very, very, I would say, fractional component of that.
Okay. I think I have enough. I guess I would go to the department, no concerns for them to continue to do this.
Michael Zacek with the department. The department is not opposed for the continuing granting of this variance.
Questions, commissioners? Hearing none, then is there a motion? Commissioner Hunt.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So with the understanding of that Aratel is meeting this variance requirement under the Minnesota rule 7820.3200, I am moving item 1 through 15.
And Mr. Zychek, did you have something else you wanted to add before we vote on the motion?
Yes, Chair Stephen. The department was looking at the decision options this morning, and we believe for Xcel Energy's decision options, 14 seems to approve a bill message, but not actually the CCRA adjustment. We believe that would need additional approval just because it doesn't seem to be in any of the other decision options. Thank you.
I see that. So it would be similar to number 8, but for Xcel. Can staff help with us with that? Is there or do we need to take a break? Or Mr. Zychek, do you have the actual language that we would approve for Xcel's CCRA, if that's what you think we're missing?
I don't have specific language, but I could take a shot at it for you if you'd like.
Just a second. Okay. Ms. Steinhauser, is there clarification needed here?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. We actually submitted a proposed decision option on this point a couple days ago, so I have language that I can just pass on if that would be helpful.
It would. Can you put it on? Well, you can't put it on the screen. That might be too hard for our technical capabilities today. Maybe you could just read it.
Sure.
Or is it? Okay. Why don't you read it, and then we'll see if we
Chair Sieben, I can read it. I can also pass a copy if that's when I'm done. So approve a 2024/2025 electric CIP adjustment factor of negative $0.000389. That looks right. 389 per kilowatt hour, beginning the first billing cycle in the month following the Commission's order in this matter.
You can just pass the extra copy to him. There's a reason you came up here, Jennifer, not just to sit here. I guess it's a lesson for the day. If you don't want to have a question asked of you, come on up first right away. So,
Commissioner Hom, do you incorporate that into your motion
Yes.
with the correct spelling of billing, obviously, in there? Any discussion? And Mr. Zychek, does that work for you?
Yes, Chair Stephen.
Okay. On the overall motion, is there any discussion? Hearing none, then we'll proceed to vote on Commissioner Hom's motion. Commissioner Hom.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma.
yes.
Commissioner Means.
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, then we're moving on when everybody's ready to item number 3. Otter Tail, hopefully you're still around. Mr. Andriga, when you're ready, please introduce item number 3.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Stephen and Commissioners. Today's third agenda item is docket number E-017/AA-24-65 in the matter of Otter Tail Power Company's petition for approval of the annual forecasted rates for its energy adjustment rider, rate schedule section 13.01. The question before the Commission today is, at what level should Otter Tail Power Company's 2025 annual forecasted rates for its energy adjustment rider be set? Staff has one correction to the briefing papers that were filed on October 23rd. On page 2, Table 2's heading should read Forecast 2025, generation type and proportion, not 2024. This does not change the raw data within the table or any of the decision options on page 18. And Otter Tail has also indicated a desire to clarify their decision option preferences with regard to decision option number 3. With that said, staff and parties are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's appearing on behalf of Otter Tail? And could you please state your name?
Chair Sieben, this is Chris Burns on behalf of Otter Tail Power.
Hi. Could you please provide your comments that you wanted to about the decision options?
Yeah, we're in favor of decision option 1, 2, and adjustment to decision option 3 of the removal of the $555,000, as that represents the PRA revenues from June of 2024 to May of 2025. We would only want to include in the true-up the PRA revenues from June of 2024 through December of 24, and then in the 2025 true-up, we would want to include the remainder from January 25 to May of 25.
Okay, I didn't catch all of that, so what would you prefer the language to say in substitution for decision option 3?
We would like it to say that PRA revenues will be part of the annual true-up as they are received, Chair Sieben.
Did anybody catch that? maybe we can ask the department. So one more time, you would prefer that it says require Otter Tail to include the MISO. Go ahead.
Yeah, we would like it to say require Otter Tail to include the MISO planning resource auction revenue as they are received.
As they are? What? That doesn't make sense. As the
revenues are received.
And for the department, do you support that? And state your name for the record.
Chair Saban, Commissioners, Mark Johnson with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. Yes, we do support that change.
Would that include the deletion of the 555K wording, or?
I think that we're trying to get to the point that the actual dollar amount is not accurate, so we're striking that. Is that correct, Mr. Burns?
Chair Saban, that is correct. The 555,000 would be of a greater time period than the 2024 true up. So we're just trying to align the calendar, basically.
Mr. Johnson, is that your understanding?
Chair Saban, Commissioner Toomey, yes. The 555,000 covers a longer period than just 2024. So the company's proposal is just to include the 2024 actuals in the true-up. And the remaining months of the true-up will be in the following true-up for 2025. The PRA revenues are not on a calendar year basis. And so we're trying to fix that.
And that decision option 3 as modified, Mr. Johnson, includes the true-up language enough to be sufficient for a decision option here?
Yes.
I'm still a little confused, so let me try to ask it again. I'm looking at two decision options, 3 and 4. One would have included 2025 revenues. One would have not. So in the end, 3 is still going to include those revenues in this true up. So in other words, ratepayers will get the money. The money will come back faster still.
Commissioner Tuma, today's Halloween, and we're going to attribute all of this awkwardness to Halloween. Ms. Campbell, please state your name for the record and then provide clarity for Commissioner Tuma.
Nancy Campbell for the Department of Commerce. Mark Johnson explained this correctly, but just to be clear, that 555,000 is for like half of 2024 and half of 2025 because it's a split year. And what Otter Tail is saying for 2024 true up, they only want to include the 2024 piece, and we'll see the other piece in 2025. So that's why we're comfortable with the language, and we'll ensure we'll be checking those calculations.
That's my understanding. We're not going to deal with 2025, and you are consenting to not dealing with 2025.
We'll deal with that in the next one.
Got it. And so, should we still mention 2024 in that motion? Right now, we've deleted it. So that's the part that when received, could mean 2025 money is received.
Sure. You could say for 2024 at the end of that if you wanted to just clarify that.
That's the part that was getting confused to me. I didn't know if we were expediting, but we just didn't know the number, or whether we were doing, as you now explain, deal with the next year's. Okay.
Don't leave.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Don't leave. Ms. Campbell.
Ms. Campbell.
Don't leave.
Please.
Ms. Campbell, I'm curious about how the Hoot Lake Solar Generation Credit, like how you view that or how you see that. What I want to make sure, and I want to understand, I think it's accounted for here, but Hoot Lake Solar, Minnesotans pay for entirely. And when it comes to, I mean, that,
Get the benefit.
and we get the benefits entirely. And I want to make sure that that is occurring in the fuel clause calculation that's coming back here. But I don't quite understand if that's what's going on, if we are diluting, if everybody's getting the benefit of Suit Lake Solar's production, the zero fuel costs, that is lowering everybody in the system's cost, but that's not the way that I think it should work. So I'm hoping, I see the department was okay with, was signed off on these decision options, it was okay with these decision options. So I'm wondering, how did you guys square that? Or how do you guys, I'm sorry I'm not using my words well today, but do you know what I'm getting at?
I mean, I think so. We get all the MISO costs and related revenues, and if there's asset-based sales and stuff like that, we certainly get those on behalf of Minnesota ratepayers. Are you saying that we should get 100% of that solar facility or whatever and carve that out? I'm not sure if
That's what I'm wondering about, and maybe the department, maybe the company.
Maybe the company can answer that better.
Yeah, maybe the company can shed some light on that. But my view of this, Mr. I don't know who's from the company is going to answer, but
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns, how can we be assured that we're getting the full benefit from the project that we've entirely funded?
Yeah, Commissioner Sullivan, we currently gross up the revenues to account for the full benefit, so only Minnesota ratepayers are receiving the benefits of Hoot Lake Solar.
So when you say gross up the revenues, how do we make sure, though, that, your entire system is getting the benefit of the generation through what you have to, that gets sold into MISO and then comes back to us through lower system costs? How do we make sure, though, how do we isolate that and make sure that Minnesota is getting that benefit?
Yeah, so there's a generation credit for Hoot Lake Solar in the fuel forecast that's reducing the fuel costs and purchase power for system use for Minnesota customers.
Okay, so that's...
And another way to
and
ask...
it's to the tune of about $3.7 billion in this forecast.
Another way to ask that, Mr. Burns, and I appreciate Commissioner Sullivan's question on this, is we're approving an average cost in decision option 1 of $23 and some per megawatt hour, and your other jurisdictions would have a different average cost, and our cost presumably is lower than North or South Dakota because we have the benefit of Hoot Lake Solar the cost being attributed to your Minnesota customers. Is that correct?
Chair Sieben, all things being equal, yes, but each jurisdiction deals with their fuel forecast slightly different, so it's not a one-for-one basis, but
because there's no fuel cost for Hoot Lake Solar, for example, I would assume, all other things being pretty equal, that our average cost is lower than our good friends to the west of us, right? North and South Dakota?
Chair Sieben, correct. They are not seeing that Hoot Lake Solar credit of the $3.7 million for this forecast.
Guessed it better than me. Thank you.
Minnesotans are smarter than others. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So a little follow-up to that, the decision option number 3, the language says, as RTL received. Does it mean that we are going to relying on MISO billing cycle to account that revenue, or are you going to attribute June to December revenue to it?
Is that for Mr. Burns or the department?
Commissioner Hom, yes, MISO, the first part of your question would be the answer.
So that means potentially, rather than 7 month, ratepayers will get a credit for the 6 month for this year.
Commissioner Hahn, I believe so. My understanding is in the 2024 true-up, ratepayers will see ERA revenues from all of 2024. Some of those were received previously, and this portion was received June through December of 24, if that makes sense. I think.
Yeah, I understand one way or another ratepayer will get the money, but I think your PRA rates are done and decided during the auction during the May 2024. So you can actually calculate numbers rather than you put the language that a bit arbitrary saying that as we received.
Are you asking Commissioner Hom, or are you making the point that since the May 24 auction already occurred, we should know the results? And then what are those results and how do they fold into the?
Yeah, that's why I think the department was able to put this number. And then why can we do that for this half of it rather than we just say as we received?
The whole year based on what?
Yeah.
We'll get a chance to true it up later.
So whether there is any catch in when you say as we received, is there a possibility that you may not receive that revenue due to your unit not functioning?
Which unit?
So any unit.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Burns, I think Ms. Campbell wants to answer too, but go ahead and then we'll give her a shot.
Yeah, I think all we're saying in this is that we want to make sure that $555,000 that extends beyond 2024, and we would just want to align the revenues as they're received with the true up, so we're not having $2025 in the 2024 true up, if that makes sense, and then I'll hand it over to Ms. Campbell.
Commissioner Hom is right that we do know what the number is because they get it earlier than that, and we could probably make that argument, but I think it's a lot cleaner because let's say you had forecasted 2024 capacity revenues and then you're doing the true up for actuals. That's how we treat all our other costs and revenues. To start adding 2025 revenues into a 2024 true up or forecast tends to get a little messy, and so it's just a lot cleaner, and so that's why we think it's appropriate, and we didn't oppose it when the company proposed that, because we will get it back. It's just a timing issue.
Yeah, once again, not only the timing issue, but potential allocation issue, as Commissioner Sullivan mentioned, because Artel sold the ZRC, Zonal Resource Credit, not necessarily unit by unit to the MISO market. Being said, if some of those fossil fuel unit out and they didn't get the credit for the revenue for the auction due to the non-functioning, which is very different from that Hood Lake solar is not functioning, so they are not getting the revenue. So it is not just simple aggregated true up. We may have to follow and track which unit was the reason for lesser revenue if they receive less revenue.
All right, and we can certainly follow up on that. And I apologize for the solar. I should have known. We do get 100% of that credit. We do see that as a line item that Ottertail provides. So, yes, we'll take that into consideration in the future.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Sullivan, because recently we approved Ottertail resource plan with certain capacity assigned to us, but not the energy. So I think department's role in the tracking those numbers is critical to make sure that we only pay fair share of it.
I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner Hom. Thank you. Yeah.
And sorry, I should have known this from reading the docket, but the forecasted sales for 2020 for 25 that we're approving in Ms. Campbell, those you do anticipate that the forecasted sales and associated rates will be lower than 2024, correct? Like, it looks like from still what we're going to get in, or I should say from, it's going higher than 2020. It is higher than 2023, but the table 5 on page 12, it looks like the net system costs are going to go down in 25.
I believe you're
24.
I believe you're correct. I'll let Ottertail correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've seen gas prices and other things going down, and so I think we are seeing the 2025 forecast is looking to be lower than 2024.
Ottertail, any other comments to provide on that question, which is not a very good one, or it's not very clear, but I think what I'm trying to read, or what I remember from reading the docket, is you anticipate that for the upcoming year, the costs, your overall net system costs for Minnesota are going to go down compared to this year. Is that correct?
Chair Sieben, that is correct. And we even saw that compared to the 2024 forecast, that our estimated forecast costs were higher than actual, and we filed a supplemental at the end of May to start returning that over collection to Minnesota customers.
And was that in this docket, or we need to wait for that docket to see the actuals for 20? Well, obviously it's not done.
Chair Sieben, that was a supplemental we filed for the 2024 forecast. I don't recall. We may have mentioned it in this one just for situational awareness, but yeah, we are currently returning some of our over forecast. So fuel costs were much lower in both 2024, and we're anticipating them to be lower in 2025.
And overall, that's largely attributable, you would agree, to natural gas prices going down, but also is it increased reliance on more renewables on your system coming online too, that don't have fuel costs, that are helping contribute to lower forecasted rates for 25?
Chair Sieben, I think there's just a lot of factors in the forecast that energy prices are historically volatile and difficult to predict, and we're just seeing the trend downwards. I don't want to commit to one specific cause or another, but there's multiple variables that are causing the reduction.
And what about, one other question just is about, what about your wind curtailments? How is that affecting things here? I know it was mentioned, but are you seeing, significant problems with curtailments of any of your wind resources that are impacting things?
Chair Sieben, I don't think we're seeing any specific wind curtailment issues. It's obviously it is a thing, but and our forecast is based on an average of past results. So we have AmeriCorps currently being curtailed. I'm getting a message from a subject matter expert. So,
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So I don't know whether it's a public you can discuss in this, but is Ottertail Energy net buyer or net seller?
Commissioner Hahn, I'm not sure I have the information to answer that accurately, so I don't want to give you bad information.
So then another question is, what did you do to forecast your fuel costs? Have you run any specific model to get that number, or is it just based on certain component and then you do the spreadsheet calculation?
We have several pieces, Commissioner Hahn, that go into our fuel forecast. We have resource planning for Ottertail, provides the, confusingly, we call it a fuel forecast that provides generation of megawatt hours of cost. We also take MISO from our power services forecast for those costs and revenues. And then with our sales data and a few other minor forecasts, such as, for example, POET steam and water sales at our Big Stone plant that all go in, and that's how we formulate our forecast.
Yeah, my understanding is Artel doesn't have much gas unit. It only rely on gas unit during the reliability situation where price is going up very high. And why low natural gas price is causing your overall system cost lower unless you are the net buyer from the market.
Yeah, Commissioner Hom, yeah, I'm getting a message that I think we're a net buyer from the market.
So that's why I think we have to carefully separate that too, because even if Artel is a net buyer, you may not be a net buyer for Minnesota because we have a more energy resource. So I think we may need more complicated modeling to do this, since you ask for the jurisdictional separation for the energy and capacity during the ILP. That should be properly reflected in the fuel cost adjustment too.
Yes, Commissioner Hom, and we're working diligently to solve some of those challenging problems that will really take effect in the 2026 forecast. And yeah, we use Encompass as our modeling tool, just to kind of put some clarity into that.
Yeah, I understand Encompass can do some, but I think you may need a little more than that, because they are a dispatch model that can do a lot more granular modeling to make sure that Minnesota ratepayers are not paying any additional cost due to your request for the separation of the system.
Any other questions? Otherwise, is there a motion? I think we have Commissioner Tuma.
I got a motion. Decision option 1, 2, and 3 as revised. And we'll look into the question, I think, where to look at this. I don't know if this is where to look at it, those questions, but I think they are questions that we need to answer for too, because it's not just a capacity question, it's an energy question too. So we'll do a little more research on that behind the scenes, but we thank for the department for their willingness to also continue to look at those questions.
Any discussion on Commissioner Tuma's motion? Hearing none, then we'll proceed to vote. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
Commissioner Means?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Otter Tail and the department and our staff. Next is Minnesota Power's agenda item number 4.
That was kind of loud.
Pardon. It's going. Good morning, Mr. Larson. When you're ready, please introduce item number 4.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item 4 is docket number E-015/AA-24-64 involving Minnesota Power in the matter of the company's petition for approval of the annual forecast of automatic adjustment charges for the period of January 2025 through December 2025. The issue before the Commission is, should the Commission approve Minnesota Power's annual forecast of automatic adjustment charges for the period January 2025 through December 2025. There are no opening comments. Staff and parties are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, who would like to begin with questions? Commissioner Tuma.
To the company, I'm just looking at the decision options, and 2 only has the department under it. And to me, I think that's required by rule. So I don't know if there's something different with happening here on number 2, or whether you disagree with it, or so give us your opinion on decision option 2 on page 17.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, Jennifer Kuklinski of Minnesota Power. Minnesota Power also supports decision option 2, so we support both decision options filed by staff.
That's a standard requirement too. I mean, I think it's in rule, isn't it? Or that's
Yes,
also
Commissioner Tuma.
Okay. That's why it's just different than the other one. So I was looking at it going, why are we telling you to do it? Are you doing something different? You're not doing anything different, and you support it.
That's correct. We're not doing anything different than we normally would.
I don't have any other questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. For the department, are there any clarifications you wanted to make, or you're still good with the decision options as outlined in front of us?
Chair Stephen, Andrew Golden with Department of Commerce. We are good with both the decision options as presented.
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan?
I just wanted to make just a general comment that it's nice to see the MISO market working, bringing those prices down. So, anyways, that's it.
You know, and I did mention that a little bit at SPP this last week, that there is a reason we're part of it, and that's why Minnesota has been a strong supporter of RTOs. In the end, there is a positive benefit to our ratepayers. It really does affect their bottom line. We would not be able to do the build-out we're talking about without a good market and being active participants in that market. So, yeah.
Commissioner Tuma, do you have a motion?
I do, Madam Chair. I move decision options 1 and 2.
Is there any discussion from commissioners? Hearing none, we'll vote. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
Commissioner Means?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Do you want to do this one first? Sure. Okay. After the following agenda item, we'll take a break. But when folks are ready, we'll move to agenda item number 5. Mr. Warbala, please introduce the item if you're ready, or when you're ready.
Chair Sieben and Commissioners, item number 5 is agenda. The docket number E002/8824-63 in the matter of Excel Energy's petition for approval of its 2025 annual fuel forecast and monthly fuel cost charges for the months of January to December 2025. The question before the Commission is, at what level should Excel's 2025 annual forecasted rates for its energy adjustment rider be set? I also have a correction of an omission in the briefing papers, page 30. Decision option 11 does not reflect the parties that support that decision, and the parties are Excel and the department. That's all I have. The parties are present and available for any question you may have.
Say that again. So 11 is supported by the parties or not?
Supported by both party Excel and the department.
Supported by both parties, Excel and the department.
Correct.
But the language stays the same for the decision option. It's just
yes,
that.
Language remains the same.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Warbla. Commissioners, who would like to begin with questions? Commissioner Sullivan?
I just have a question for, I think it's probably the department. I don't know who from the department.
Mr. Johnson, is this you? And please state your appearance.
Yes, Chair Seaman, Commissioners, Mark Johnson with the Minnesota Department of Commerce.
Hi, Mr. Johnson. So I have a question regarding the CSG number. The analysis in the record is that, or the forecast is that the moving from ARR to the VOS if memory serves from that docket, it was about a $45 million reduction that we were anticipating from moving from the ARR to the VOS. But the number in the forecast is $66 million reduction. And I'm just wondering if you could shed a little bit more light on what's going on there, like with the CSG costs being, down off of, well, I think they were about $330 million, and now they're about 280-ish somewhere. I mean, my numbers might not be quite exact, but directionally I'm right. So if you could just help me understand a little bit what's going on there with that number.
Sure, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. You are correct. The overall is going down, and I'm sure that's due to the switch. But there's other factors involved, like production and sales, and I think that would be, I'm guessing, would be the difference. But I'm going to have to ask the company to weigh on those details.
Good morning, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. Lauren Steinhauser on behalf of Xcel Energy. I'm once again going to phone a friend and ask Lisa Peterson to join me to answer your questions.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Peterson with Xcel Energy. As you notice, the CSG costs have been reduced in this forecast compared to the previous year. 66 million sounds right to me. That is a combination of both the ARR to VOS pricing switch that I think we're anticipating as of April 1st next year, so 2/3 of the year roughly.
So that's my second question. Because this is only 2/3 of the year then in the forecast, right?
Yes. So that will, so it's maybe not the full 45 million that we had previously talked about here, but it's a good portion of that. The other reason is that we have relooked at our CSG forecasting and looked at the how we forecast when the CSG production comes online, the new solar farm or solar gardens, as well as the production of the current ones, and kind of have been reforecasting. If you took a look back in our last few years, we have been over forecasting our solar garden production, and so we kind of right-sized to that in this.
Okay,
in
so you're
this
just
forecast.
dialing it in. It's not
Yes.
really, so it's ARR to the VOS, and then the other part is the forecast. You've actually just kind of changing the way you're structuring the forecast.
Yes.
But it's not like the production on the units is down or anything like.
No, it's not. It's not that we're seeing a reduced production of the units that are there. It's how we forecasted that
Like a
versus
more accurate
actuals,
forecast.
more
Okay.
accurate forecast,
Okay.
and then when new gardens come online.
Along that lines, just
That's
quick.
okay.
Ms. Peterson, so if I understood you right, of the 66.6 million that we see here on the chart, about 2/3 of that is the move to the move of the pricing, and about 1/3 of that is dialing it in. If I kind of
I believe that it's probably more, I don't know the exact numbers, I'm thinking it's probably more of a 50-50 split because we don't have that full year of ARR to VOS.
That's what I was trying to get clear. Not often that we get April Fool's and Halloween on the same day, but.
I mean, the only other thing that I would note is, again, it's nice to see the MISO market working, and the Minnesotans are going to see a significant reduction in their fuel costs for the year. So,
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Saban. For the company, what is the expected curtailment of the wind energy in the Southwest Minnesota in this FCA?
Chair Seaman, Commissioner Hom, we have Dave Hornick on the phone, and he will be able to answer that question for you.
Mr. Hornick, if you can, oh, there you are. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Chair Sieben, Commissioners, David Hornick with Xcel Energy.
Did you hear the question?
You hearing? Sorry, I just wanted to make sure that I'm coming through.
We can sort of hear you. And you can answer the Commissioner Ham's question if you would like.
Yeah, similar to what Otter Tail had said, we forecast curtailment, leveraging historical curtailment levels. The amount of curtailment in the forecast on a percentage basis is probably about, I haven't calculated it exact, but it's probably about 4%. Similar to what we show in our actual curtailments in our triple.
Okay, so compared to the last 2 years, is it getting better or is it getting worse or is it about the same?
It varies. 2023 was a historically very low wind year. 2024, we are seeing much higher levels of wind production, so it has somewhat of an offsetting effect, but there are transmission improvements that are going on somewhat of a continual basis that are improving things. So I would say overall, we are seeing, as a percentage, the curtailment go down slightly as we move forward.
Yeah, I think that's a good news. So thank you for that number. So what is the monetary value of that 4% curtailment based on your expectation of the MISO price?
I mean, you would have to assume that you had a transmission to fully deliver that energy at LMP. The reason it's being curtailed is the congestion component of the LMP is basically sending a signal back to not deliver that wind energy because it would not be cost effective. So with that caveat, if you had a fully, we like to call it a copper sheet, where the wind was fully deliverable, the value of that wind would be trending close to average LMP, which is probably about $20 a megawatt hour.
Yeah, $20 per megawatt hour. So I don't know what the 4% means in terms of megawatt hour. So we have to multiply those two. I'm sure it is a very significant amount in dollar value. And that being said, why Xcel is not more proactive in deploying dynamic line rating in that area? Given that there are so much dollar value we are losing out of the existing wind farm, why Xcel is not trying to incorporate non-wire alternative. I understand line alternative takes time to do it, but also there is a known non-wire alternative to increase potential relief of this congestion. Why Xcel is not more proactive doing it? I understand Xcel is doing a lot of good job in the planning side, but how about the non-wire alternative side?
Yes, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hahn. I mean, this is starting to go a little bit beyond my area, but if I understand the question, you're asking why we're not pursuing dynamic line ratings. My understanding is we are having those discussions. It's complicated because there's other utilities and their lines involved, given the geographic diversity of our wind portfolio. So it's not just a matter of us and our transmission. It's having to convince other transmission owners to pursue this. So, but my understanding is that it's something we are looking at.
Thank you. Yeah, I know that Xcel Energy is running the pilot. And then also we heard from Great River Energy recently, they deployed this dynamic line rating in the full scale on their system. I think both companies are facing similar neighbors, right? So I don't know whether you have any unique situation to worry about your neighbors compared to Great River Energy. That's why I would like to see more proactive Xcel's activity in this non-wire alternative issue around that area, particularly because we are seeing a lot of curtailment and the value lost in that area due to this curtailment.
Yes, I think I mean, I think it's a great question. I think we probably just need to get you someone with more expertise to provide an update on, the status of where we're at with pursuing dynamic line rating.
Yeah, I don't know whether we need it today, but I hope the next year with the same filing, I would like to see more proactive action from Excel.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hom. My question is for the company, if you could just expand on the discussion in the record about the EPA Good Neighbor Rule that I understand it will take effect next year, and assuming it's not struck down or changes, the overall impact of the Good Neighbor Rule is that your coal plants will run less, I understand, and that will help decrease your overall fuel costs. Is that a high-level understanding of the way it's going to work?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. My understanding is that it is continuing to move forward, and we do expect it to go into effect in 2025, and that at a very high level, that is the impact. If you want more details on that, I think we'd have to find someone to answer those questions for you.
And it says in the briefing papers about this on page 10 that it will impact the King plant, their seasonal operations, but I would assume that when the ozone rule, the Good Neighbor Rule goes into effect, it will impact all of your coal operations. Do you know?
Chair Sieben, in terms of whether that and how that was included in our specific forecast, Mr. Hornick would be able to talk about that.
Mr. Hornick, any more information about the Good Neighbor Rule you can provide?
Yes, Chair Stephen. So we did model the Good Neighbor Rule. It really goes into the model as a limitation on NOx emissions in the ozone season, which runs from May through September. King plant is on seasonal operation for 2 of those months, May and September. So for June, July, and August, it could impact output from the King plant. The Sherco plant can also be impacted by the Good Neighbor Rule. Really, any plant that emits NOx can fall under that rule and be impacted. NOx is managed sort of as, sorry?
Sorry to interrupt, but I assume that means including your gas plants then could be impacted too?
Yes. It's really treated from a portfolio perspective, so any plant that emits NOx can have its generation reduced in order to meet that NOx limitation. The coal plants are the higher NOx emitters, so it tends to, in the model, hit those plants first because you can achieve the NOx reductions quicker. From a cost perspective, fortunately, gas prices are forecast to be very low, so the cost between coal and gas is not hugely different, such that it doesn't have a great impact on the cost to the system, whether that rule is enacted or not. But we did assume it would be in place for the 2025 ozone season.
For all of your resources that emit NOx, basically.
Yes.
That might be a good, I'm just thinking aloud here, not to you specifically, but it might be a good planning meeting topic for us to hear about the Good Neighbor Rule, assuming that that's going to take effect, just for the commission generally to learn more from the utilities and the department and whoever else wants to comment on it coming up this winter, perhaps. So any other discussions on or questions, Commissioner Hom, or maybe you should tell me more about it.
No, thank you.
You could.
No, I have a question to departments. Mr. Johnson, I don't know whether the department is actually checking any of these utilities. FCA forecasting has a downward bias versus an upward bias. In other words, whether there is any systematic over-forecasting to protect the company from this FCA
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. We do look at that, and you know, the utilities have been making filings to adjust their current FCA rates if they are over recovering, and you know, those help immensely in the end. When there is the true up, it significantly reduces it. If you know, if they adjust rates during the year, and they have been.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that helps if they are making dynamic adjustment to it. But in the beginning, if a company does a fair, unbiased forecasting of their fuel costs, it can also impose more restriction on companies' behavior on the managing this energy. So that's why I was wondering, department ever tried to see whether companies' forecasting has any bias, systematic upward forecasting on it. If you haven't done it, I think...
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hom.
You couldn't hear?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hom, you cut out.
Okay.
But yeah, you know, the department would be happy to take a closer look at that issue, especially in our initial comments for forecasts.
Yeah, I think we have enough years accumulation to see. Just 1 or 2 years may not give you a good indicator, but after several years, you may be able to see the behavior of this forecasting. And if it's possible, probably I'd like to see that next year to make sure that company is doing its best. Thank you.
Duly noted.
Any other discussion from commissioners, or I think we're ready for a motion, which I can try to make unless someone's ready. I think the motion would be to approve decision options 1 through 11. Is there any discussion of my motion? Hearing none, then we'll proceed to vote. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
Commissioner Means?
Yes.
I also vote yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone. We'll take a short break, and then, or how much time did you want?
10 minutes.
Okay, we'll take a break until 11:50 a.m. and come back and take up item number 6. The commission stands in recess. The commission will come back from its recess, and first we'll take up volume 1 of item number 6. Mr. Willett.
Thanks, Chair and Commissioners. This is docket E00/M-23-467, Volume 1, financial issues in the matter of a petition of Xcel Energy for approval of transmission cost recovery rider revenue requirements for 2023 and 2024, tracker true-up and revised adjustment factors. The question in front of the Commission: should the Commission approve or modify Xcel Energy's 2023 and 2024 transmission recovery rider revenue requirements and resulting adjustments factors by class? And parties and staff is available for questions.
Okay, thank you. For this volume, I don't think we have, we don't need opening comments for this volume, but are there questions for Xcel or the department for volume 1? Commissioner Sullivan.
I have two questions for the department and Xcel. I mean, I want them both to weigh in on the two questions.
Mr. Dobson, are you coming? You looked somewhat reluctant, so I thought I'd just welcome you warmly. Please state your appearance for the record when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners Ian Dobson for Xcel. I will confess I got a little off track on which item we were on, so I was a little confused.
We're on 3.
Thank you.
It's still Otter Tail. We're just bringing it up.
And Mr. Johnson, please state your appearance.
Mark John, Minnesota Department of Commerce.
I'm only laughing because we could sort of hear you. We got it. It's not your fault. It's Halloween. Commissioner Sullivan, your question.
So I want to start first with the department, and then I'll have Xcel's response. But Mr. Johnson, I generally think that the risk with riders is always the double recovery, and I think that's why the department is for decision option 1004. And I'm wondering, is there anything different in this instance? I don't think there's any information in the record that indicates that Xcel has higher capitalized costs or internal labor costs. If you could just weigh in on this, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, and then I'll turn to the company.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Saban, Commissioner Sullivan. Yes, this internal capitalized cost issue goes back to 2009 order from the Commission, highlighting the potential for over recovery or for double recovery. And, the department has consistently denied these costs in riders. And in this case, I followed up with the staff suggestion, and I reviewed the statutes and the information attached, and still, from the commission order on HCA, and I still could not see anything where this is different than any other capital project, and would still recommend 1004.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dobson?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I think our position is that we agree with the point you made at the beginning. I understand Mr. Johnson's point that this isn't different in terms of sort of how we have labor costs among all of our different riders. But I think in this case, you're right in that. My understanding as well of the commission's and the department's concern has been the issue of double recovery, and if we are including costs, generally our costs of labor in rate cases, and then we try to recover that, it's very hard to piece out. And obviously in this case, like we said, the orders and the actions we took that generated these costs happened after the rate case was filed, so that incremental cost wasn't included, and so that's why we think this is a different situation.
Is there, I mean, but there's no information in the record that shows that the company actually is, like, there are higher costs, is there? I mean, there's, yeah.
Yeah, so we, and I think your staff pointed it out, what we showed was a comparison. Let's see if I can pull, I think it's page 5 to 6 of your briefing papers. In response to an IR we got on that, we showed the comparison of, I think this is right. Yeah, we showed the comparison of our forecast for these costs with and without labor, and so it's that delta that we're including as capitalized labor.
Mr. Johnson, can you respond to that?
Chair Seaman, Commissioner Sullivan, what was the specific question?
I'd asked Mr. Dobson if he could point to, like, the specific line item that shows that they've incurred these costs that should be recovered, you know, pursuant to, I mean, like, the way that I think about a rider is that you get the costs that you are over and above that are pursuant to, you know, the costs incurred in the rider. So you get those, you know, you get your, whatever the internal costs are that are over and above what you've got already baked in base rates. And so the question I'm asking you is, and I want to be fair to the company, but I also want to be fair to ratepayers. And Mr. Dobson referred to the delta in page 5 as the evidence of this is the cost that needs to be recovered that was incurred over and above what they are already getting in base rates. So to Mr. Dobson's point, we're not double recovering because these are new costs. And I'd just like to hear your point on that, your position on that.
Yeah. Chair Seaman, Commissioner Sullivan, thank you. That point is, you know, I guess the difficulty with all this, of course, is complicated with the multi-year rate plan, and it's extremely difficult to determine to what extent these costs have already been captured. And it makes it difficult. I mean, it's not a new argument. Pretty much every time they ask for these, they say they're incremental. But you know, with the multi-year rate plans, it's very difficult to show out.
Mr. Johnson, if I could add on to a question for you, when I looked at the table 5. One thing that I think weighed in my mind in favor of your analysis is that the additional support staff that Excel is saying were needed to implement the improvements that are now, you know, under AMI and what we're talking about here, are those costs, those additional support staff are recurring costs, meaning like the staff is probably going to be there long term working on other things too. They weren't like one time they're the meter installers, for example, or the, you know, people explicitly working on how to make these improvements. Is that like the right way to think about it in your estimation? Like, I think what you were saying is like it's hard to tell in base rates like how the fluctuation of staff is explicitly drawn to the TCR request here. Is that another way to think about it?
Chair Seaman, that's correct. Yeah, That's generally how we approach it.
And
I just caution the commission too. If we make an exception in this case, I would expect lots of utilities then to be asking for capitalized internal costs in the riders going forward.
And also, I didn't see any explicit language in the TCR rider statute that staff included in the briefing papers that directs the internalized capitalized costs to be recoverable in the rider. Presumably the company, these are costs that we will look at and will get a fair shake, maybe starting tomorrow, right, Mr. Dobson, if you file your new rate case, it sounds like. And before I turn back to Commissioner Sullivan, Mr. Dobson, is there anything I said that you want to refute, or just does your analysis show that it's, one-time staffing that was specifically for the costs that are contained in the petition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think you've hit the point, and I think this is right. The difference here is what we're talking about in this is backwards looking costs, capitalized costs from before. So they weren't included in our previous rate case because the order came out after that rate case. But I think you are right. Obviously, going forward, we have this discussion about whether the recurring costs that you're referring to are captured in our base rates, and that is obviously an issue that we would have going forward. But I don't think it applies to this.
I'm not saying that we automatically approve those.
Understood, of course.
On
right.
a forward-looking basis, but that's just the way I thought about
Right.
it.
I guess
Sullivan?
where I'm at is I feel like Excel has not shown us that you're at 100% of capitalized costs in your base rates. And the question is, are you above that? Not, is there a delta? That you've got a budget, and that budget is set, through the test years, and are you above that budget? And is that attributable to this? That's the question in my mind.
Yeah, I see. Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I honestly at this moment don't know. I may be able to find out if we are over our budget for labor. I think that's kind of what we would have to. I think what you're getting at is, are we spending over our budget for labor? And but I think the way that we are looking at it is, there's an element of rate setting that I think is saying, you look at our costs and our revenues, forecast, and you set rates, and subject to a variety of true-ups that we have for individual things, there's sort of a manager business. And in this case, I think the difference is that what we're saying is there was an additional requirement put in place that we hadn't anticipated, in that rate case, that we're trying to capture the costs of. That's where I think the difference is.
But if we adopt decision option 1004 and 1005, you're not going to be that surprised? Or you think it's fair?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part, Chair.
You think it's fair because you still will be able to make the overall, you'll still be able to make the case of how your staff, how many staff people you have that have worked on projects like this. It's just not recoverable in this rider petition is the way I'm looking at it. I mean, it's not like we're saying, no, you can never recover those staff costs. Just
Madam Chair, I think
not allowing those costs now for the explicit rider seems to be a fair outcome.
Madam Chair, I think, yes, if you decided that we are not going to recover these costs, we obviously won't be recovering this specific $1.3 million that was a past cost. In terms of what I think you're asking for about the recurring costs going forward, I agree with you. I don't interpret 104 or 105 as the commission saying we will not recover our 2025 staffing costs for this, or 26 or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Ms. Campbell's here. I think she might be able to shed or speak to this. I mean, I kind of I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking this through, and I think about a rate case and the test year and what that means. It's a representative number, there's all sorts of other things that have dropped off of that calculation, like depreciation for power plants, and it's constantly up and down and all over. And now we have to go, anyways, it just feels like that's why we have rate cases. Anyway, Ms. Campbell.
Nancy Campbell for the department. I think that's correct, Commissioner Sullivan and Chair Sieben. Because Excel had a multi-year rate plan for 2022, 2023, and 2024, all their labor costs, both, the expense and capital are included in there, a representative amount, as you noted. And so I think we'd have to see some pretty extraordinary circumstances where we think additional labor costs would be appropriate. And I don't think that's shown here. I don't think you should grant it. I think it should be really tough when you have a multi-year and you get to forecast all your labor costs for 3 years. You probably should not be letting internal labor costs in riders.
Okay. And then I have another question about decision option. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Decision option 1007. Can folks hear me okay? I'm kind of, to Mr. Dobson, like, why is the company, to the department too, like, why now? We don't have a number yet. Like, why do you want us to do this right now? Like, it seems like this is just like, oh, everything goes in, all intervenor compensation then will be recovered this way, but we don't have that number yet.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I think I think that we get a lot of interveners in our proceedings, and so we're anticipating that, and we're anticipating paying out a fairly robust amount, but we would true that up. I mean, to the extent that it goes below that, that would roll forward into future filings, and we would adjust the number down.
But there's nothing that, we can do that when that money starts, those checks start getting cut and there's actual receipts, right? Like right now, I don't see any.
Well, I don't know how to say this, when we get a request for intervenor compensation, we don't pay that out and immediately adjust rates.
So in other ways, like, you're not asking for a specific number now though, right?
We're asking for the statutory maximum.
So you're basically to set a.
Right.
So essentially, the way I'm understanding it would work, or the way it does work now that it's a fairly new statute, is like petitioners will still petition Commissioner Sullivan for participant compensation expenses as the subcommittee designee. And then those are still approved, but Excel and the department are saying allow Excel to get up to the overall recovery amount, which is like $1.5 million or something, recovered through the TCR instead of rolling it into your next rate case or another explicit way to where you would pay out the money. Is that kind of the right understanding of how it works?
Madam Chair, and I realize I had something confused, and I've been reminded there isn't what we're asking for is the ability to include the actuals in our 2025. So I think what I just said of recover and then refund is I was mixing something up in my head. So what we're requesting for is the ability to include those actuals in our 2025.
So when you know those.
In the upcoming TCR petition.
But here's okay, so here's another question on this is like, are you asking for all IC requests to be recovered this way? Because there's rate cases, there's, a number of, Ms. Levinson Falk is here, there's a whole, number of things that IC can cover now. She would know that all of them better than me, but but those are not all what's approved for recovery, or that's not what this rider is for. You know what I mean? Like, this revenue mechanism is for things that are apropos to it, not the waterfront.
That's generally right. I want to make sure I don't get it wrong. I know that in some of our rate cases, most recently our gas rate case, we did have participant compensation flow through the rate case. So we're certainly not asking for all of it. But I don't believe that we're asking for anything beyond what we would be anticipating here, but I want to make sure.
Are you asking for it in your rate case you're filing tomorrow? Do you know? Because I think like if we're looking at a 2025 forward area, it's just cleaner to kind of like have it in one spot. And maybe that's putting you on the spot.
No,
but
I can say we don't have a request for participant compensation in our case for tomorrow. We'll see what happens, and that may end up getting resolved in a interim rate refund or something to that extent.
I guess I'm just unclear.
But I think Commissioner Sullivan's point is a good one. Like you could be asking for recovery, which ultimately the commission has to approve and make sure it's consistent with the statute anyway.
Yeah,
But it could be non-grid mod investments, for example, that are coming through the TCR, like other, right? If that's what I'm understanding your petition is. And maybe
It could be resource planning.
is there someone from the department who knows about this explicitly that wants to speak on it? I see you support it, but I don't know if that, Ms. Campbell, if you're...
Chair Sabin,
or Mr. Johnson.
Mark Johnson with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. Yeah, the participant compensation expense, it's my understanding, the recent law that was passed, was trying to encourage participation, and in spirit of that, we thought to the extent these costs, could be identified in the next rider, we would look at them. That said, I agree 1007 may not have to be specifically approved today. But,
yeah, we supported participant compensation too, Mr. Johnson, so we're not arguing about the merits of it. I think it's just the recovery of how the costs are going to flow through. And Ms. Campbell, anything additional to add?
I think we'll take a look at it to see what costs they included and consider that of whether it's appropriate to include these in the TCR rider or if there should be some kind of split based on that comment, I guess.
And I think we don't really, this is just for the next proceeding anyway, so it might be fine just to do it.
That's correct.
Sorry, right? Won't we get another crack at it then after everybody files the costs and stuff anyway next time?
It's not like we would deny recovery.
Yes, I think that's the department's understanding. So we'll take a look at that and do a deeper dive when Excel makes that filing.
Okay, Commissioner Tumett, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm trying to understand it too, and I'm trying to get my brain around it. And I didn't know what this meant. Does it mean intentionally that only TCR rider participation compensation expenses should be recoverable in the TCR rider? And I'm hearing from you that I'm not clear if that's what you intended here.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yes, we would be including the participant compensation amounts for this rider in our upcoming TCR rider. Obviously, I think to Ms. Campbell's point, that would be subject to Commission's review, and
that much I can see us doing now because we're putting parameters around how we want this to be recovered. We have other ones we'll deal with later when they come up. And to me, if we just put in that language right after the word recovery, put it in TCR riders, so allow Excel to include a line item for recovery of TCR rider participation compensation expenses, then it keeps it within this bubble. That's what that's the part where I'm comfortable with that. We're saying something, then we're not, because the statute's a statute. You can come to us in the future once you have these expenses and ask for recovery in lots of places. Rate case, who knows what. You can even ask for, even in the rate case, you could ask for stuff in the past if you wanted to, as a regulatory asset, things you could do. But here, we're dealing with the TCR rider,
rider.
Ms. Levinson Falk participated in the TCR rider docket, and you paid her money, we could get it recovered here. That makes sense to me. But I don't know if that was what was intended. That it was just not clear with this wording if that was what the intent was.
Yeah.
But I've been hearing a couple different things, and I'm still not clear what I'm deciding on.
Can I just take 60 seconds to run back? I just want to make sure that I'm telling you the right information here. Thank you.
That makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah. So maybe just say, like,
We're
subject to review.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I got a rate case thing confused because of how we had done it on the gas side. What we are requesting for TCR recovery is the participant comp for all of our electric dockets. So instead of recovering electric compensation through the rate case or other dockets where obviously there might not even be a recovery docket, we would flow those pre-approved participant comp through the TCR. But it would not include, obviously, the gas side is on the gas rate case.
So my interpretation of how I read this is not what you were asking for. You're asking for all electric.
Correct.
Electric.
The amounts, yes, and obviously that would be what the commission has approved.
not just TCR rider expenses.
Mr. Johnson and Ms. Campbell, was that your understanding what we were doing, or?
Just even Commissioner Tuma, that was not my understanding when I read 1007. My understanding was it assumed to be limited to the TCR.
Yeah, and the problem, I think, is that there's no authorization in the TCR rider statute that says, like, you can recover these costs explicitly for it. But maybe if you file it for next time in here, then we can work this all out. But Commissioner Hom?
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I have some question to Ms. Campbell. I need a little bit of education on the capitalized labor cost. So if company capitalize labor cost, is it expense or is it going to be a rate base?
So in their multi-year rate plan, they would have both, all of their labor costs, some of which is an expense and some of which is capitalized. So let's say 40% of their labor is capitalized in capitalized projects. You'll see 40% of it in the capital side, and you would see 60% in their O&M expenses.
I understand. So if company capitalized, it's becoming the rate base. It's not going to be a one-time expenditure.
Right. It would be spread over the life of the facilities.
Okay. So that's why I add a question to company, Mr. Dobson, that you said if we deny this, if you go with a 1004, company forgo that amount. But if you capitalize and bring back to the rate case, still we can evaluate in fair manner whether it is a rightful capitalization or not. You don't have to forgo that expense. You're assuming that's expense, then it's gone. But if it's capitalized, you can bring it back to the rate case.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I guess we'll note that and see where that goes, and if we want to include it in the rate case. I mean, obviously we're filing it tomorrow. It has not been included, but
yeah, and then also I agree with other commissioner that I don't see any good evidence other than claim and statements. Typically, I think we need to see some more detailed record to allow company to recover this cost. Why you said it's difficult to produce those documents here or in the rate case?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I think I referred to how we calculated those labor costs. So I'm not.
No, I mean, when you calculate that cost, you have a certain information that supports your calculation, right?
Sure. Yes.
So what is that information, and can you produce that during the rate case, and can we fairly evaluate that information that was actually incremental? But you said because of rate making, we are allowing your labor cost, and then you spend money, but also during that test year or even after test year, you are increasing your labor cost based on your efficiency gain and your labor policy, while you're delaying project, while you're bringing new project ahead of time. So there is a more complication. Do you think under that circumstance, you can still produce that record? It is incremental.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, obviously by tomorrow it's set, but we can certainly take the note and sort of see what we can produce. In my response to Commissioner Sullivan, I think what I was trying to say is that when we forecasted those labor costs for the last rate case, the need to comply, the need to sort of include these requirements weren't in that forecast. But I think I'm getting the point overall of sort of where our overall labor costs hit as compared to the budget that we had.
Yeah, I mean, I do not also want to deny the rightful expense for the company, and then you have a right to capitalize it. So, but we need to have your evidence. We cannot just trust your word and statement in the filing and approve it, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I agree with that. I don't believe that we've simply given you our word, but I'm understanding the point that you want more evidence.
Okay. Thank you. And then second part for the compensation portion of the later one. So you have option to capitalize that expense if that is associated with any capital project, right? Intervenor compensation. Any expense associated with your capital project, you have a right to capitalize it, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. So you, just so I'm understanding, if the intervenor compensation comes through a regulatory proceeding on a capital project, for example, is that?
Yes.
I believe that's the case. Yeah, I think that's true.
So in the future, are you planning to bring that as a capitalized expenditure, or are you going to be bring it as a one-time expenditure under the TCL rider? Or we already discussed whether we have a statutory authority to do it or not, set aside that issue. But to me, it is important whether you are trying to treat that as a one-time expense or you're trying to capitalize it.
I don't know the answer to that for like individual dockets. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's another reason. Maybe we need to see case by case rather than doing the whole rider then.
I will tell you, I was just told by our accountant we're treating it as a one-time expenditure, so we're not capitalizing it right now.
Okay, thank you.
Board friends are nice.
Okay, commissioners, are you ready to move to deliberations for the first volume?
That was the easy one.
I'm ready. I can make a motion. I'll move decision option 1004, 1005, and 1006. As far as 1007 is concerned, I guess I come back to the thought of, I don't think the TCR rider, I guess where Commissioner Tuma, you were at, I was kind of like, I can see that, but
no need to go there.
But no need to go there. I mean, I guess I am open to the general idea of kind of an expedited way for the company to recover intervenor compensation requests. But I don't know, I don't think this is that because of, what the TCR rider is authorized under statute. So that's why I didn't include 107, but 104, 105, and 106 is my motion.
Madam Chair, I would concur with that. I thought 107 was a meeting of the minds, but after conversations, there wasn't that meeting, and we can take it up later when we address it.
Okay, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, I can support that one with understanding the company has a right to bring back that as a capitalized labor, and then we have a fair evaluation of that claim.
I support your motion, Commissioner Sullivan. Commissioner Means, are you ready to vote? Or any comments?
Yeah.
Okay, on Commissioner Sullivan's motion, Commissioner Hom.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yes.
Commissioner Means.
Yes.
I also vote yes. The motion passes. Okay, next, thank you. We'll take up volume 2. Excuse me. Ms. Terwilliger, welcome. Please introduce volume 2.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Volume 2 is the same docket, E002M-23-467. The issues covered in Volume 2 are, is Xcel Energy in compliance with relevant ordering paragraphs in the prior Commission orders related to AMI and FAN? Should the Commission establish performance incentive mechanisms for Xcel Energy's AMI and FAN investments? And should the Commission take any other action related to Xcel Energy's AMI and FAN investments? There was an alternate revised decision option filed on Monday. That was a technical correction to some numbers by the joint commenters that's been distributed to commissioners. Other than that, I don't have anything further, but staff and participants are available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, and we did have, we did say opening comments for parties. So if the joint commenters want to come forward, and either they can begin or Xcel. Sorry, excuse me. Joint commenters, welcome. If you wanted to state your appearance or whoever's speaking on your behalf, please go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Peter Schultz with the Office of the Attorney General, Residential Utilities Division.
Good afternoon, Brandon Crawford with the Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota.
Nancy Campbell with the Department of Commerce, and with me I have Synops, and we're the joint commenters. Chair Sieben and Commissioners, today the Commission has an opportunity to introduce important customer protections. The Commission can establish performance metrics or mechanisms to ensure that Xcel's advanced metering infrastructure, or AMI, and field area network, or FAN investments at a total cost of around $600 million are utilized to the greatest benefit for customers and society. The joint commenters, the Department, Synops, CUB, and OAG, do not oppose the advanced meters. We believe that Xcel's AMI and FAN investments, along with the broader grid modernization initiative, can be a key source of ratepayer value and key to achieving energy transition at the lowest cost with the greatest benefits. The performance incentive mechanisms, or PIMs, that the joint commenters have proposed are simple, fair, and effective. And they are an important first step to help ensure that Xcel's advanced meters not only are used, but truly useful. The agenda meeting is a culmination of years of regulatory effort aimed at ensuring that Xcel's costly and ambitious grid modernization investments deliver on their promises. A bit of historical context is helpful to understand how we arrived at this point. Xcel brought forward its proposal for advanced meters in 2019 to meet the real need, but it chose a solution that is not a least cost one. AMI meters are more expensive than AMR meters. And Xcel's choice of distributed intelligence or DI capability AMI meters was more expensive still. Each of these alternatives performs core metering functions, so choosing to purchase more advanced and costlier meters can only be justified if the incremental benefits exceed the incremental costs. The Commission recognized this dynamic when it certified those meters in 2020 in docket 19-666, directing the future cost recovery for these meters would be based upon Xcel accomplishing the Commission-approved metrics and performance evaluations for the certified projects. The Commission further articulated its expectation that Xcel would provide a detailed plan describing how the company would maximize the benefits of the investments for ratepayers. Here, the Benefit Cost Analysis, or BCA, enters a critical source of information. While Xcel alleges that the joint interveners are fixated on the BCA, we would frame it differently. We are paying careful attention to Xcel's stated plans for AMI and FAN and trying to maintain reasonable accountability for the company based on its plans. Benefit cost analysis are not merely illustrative, and they're not squishy accounting efforts geared to secure approval for cost recovery. The BCA tells us the key benefits of AMI and FAN, and it makes this sizable investment worth the cost. I would like to focus on one of our PIMs in particular, the load shifting and load reduction PIM. We propose this PIM to incentivize Xcel to use advanced meters for peak load shifting and peak load reduction through peak rebates and coincident peak price rates to save money for ratepayers and potentially reduce emissions from gas peaker plants. We noted in our comments these benefits represent greater than 30% of the total benefits for AMI and BCA. Without the projected load shifting and load reduction impacts, AMI and FAN would not be close to being cost effective. The PMI we have proposed is more than reasonable. The company would be penalized if it were to achieve less than 34% of its claimed benefits for load shifting and load reduction projected in its BCA. Stated otherwise, we propose to penalize the company only if it misses its load shifting load reduction target by about 66%. Our PIM requires Xcel to achieve just 1% peak load shifting, and Xcel would receive a shareholder reward if it were to achieve what it claimed it could in its BCA. It's hard to understand how the company could possibly portray this PIM as an amount to a de facto penalty, but that's what the company is claiming. Today, Xcel seems to want to kick the can down the road, throwing up various technical objections and suggesting no real PMI be instituted until 2030. By that point, meters installed in 2025 will already be a quarter of the way through their useful lives. It's not necessary to wait to 2030 to establish baselines for our proposed PIMs. PIMs will help the company better align the company's interests with those of the customer. We were discouraged to learn the company has not taken actions to establish a residential coincident peak pricing rate or peak time rebates. These are critical to achieving the load shifting and load reduction benefits projected for these AMI meters. Yet this gap illustrates why our PIM is needed. With this PIM in place, we could be more assured that the company will take all reasonable efforts to maximize the load shifting, load reduction potential of advanced rates, a key component to the value proposition for these AMI and FAN investments. And lastly, the fact is Xcel appears to be happy with the status quo about installing these and earning a return. There's no downside for Xcel not to maximize the benefits for the meter. That's why the Commission has been so clear that the company be held accountable for ratepayer benefits. At this stage in the proceeding, a focus on affordability means requiring Excel to use this technology to generate ratepayer benefits commensurate with the cost of their AMI and FAN investments. And then just one point regarding the ECO and PIM overlap that the commission cites in their reply comments. We note that it's just simply a one-year overlap for 2026. We note that the benefits for low demand response is not a significant part of ECO because it's not rich in net benefits for that for those particular ones. But nonetheless, if that overlap is a significant concern to the commission could defer our PIM for load shifting and load reduction by 1 year to 2027, while still allowing implementation of our unassigned usage and meter failure rate PIMs in 2026. And then we have decision options when you're ready to hear those. Thank you.
Ms. Campbell, are they different from the decision, from what's listed in the decision options?
Can I just read through those and we'll see? They might be a little bit different. 2003.
You support.
We support 2003, 2004A.
Oh, wait, I don't have an A. Do I?
Chair Sieben, that's the revised decision option that was filed on Monday, and that's just making that technical correction to the numbering. So that would be, if you were going to do, you would want to do 2004A to have the correct number.
2006, 2007, 2008, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2015, 2016. And as a reminder, we do have SynOps with us to answer a lot of the technical questions along with OAG and CUB. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dobson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Ian Dobson with Excel Energy. I think I'll just start by saying that we really appreciate the perspective that your staff brought into the briefing papers, and we think that they have outlined the right approach for this going forward. I disagree that we are satisfied with the status quo or that we're somehow trying to push for the status quo. I think that we've obviously engaged quite a bit in the PBR docket that you guys have had, and we continue to be open to discussing the appropriate incentives that you guys think we should have for our performance. And in that proceeding, the Commission outlined what we think is a really thorough and thoughtful process on how it's going to develop and evaluate performance metrics and maybe provide incentives for them. And we think that analyzing our potential incentives in one docket, using that established process that the Commission set, will allow for a really holistic look at what you think we're doing well, what you think we need to focus to improve on, and setting incentives and other targets that are correct using our real world data. And doing this, we also think that doing this in one process, in one docket, helps to ensure that the company doesn't have conflicting incentives that can happen across multiple dockets. And it also addresses the problem that I think your staff noticed of trying to tie a specific performance result to an individual technology or program or what have you, when whatever result you've wanted to incentivize is certainly achieved through a combination of different factors. I say that saying that obviously we proposed some incentives here. The Commission at one time wanted us to do that, and we did that, and we would go forward with those if you want, but I think we do agree that bringing this back to a bigger discussion in the PBR docket is appropriate. With that said, I do want to say a few things about the specific incentives that the joint commenters have proposed, because I think it does highlight some of the concerns we have here. First, we're concerned that their proposal, in our view, doesn't align with those foundational principles that were laid out in the PBR docket. And when we put forward the incentives, even though it wasn't in that docket. We tried to match that up to how the commission had decided to evaluate that. And what I mean by that is the metrics, and at least a couple of the metrics they proposed are things that are really outside of our control. And that's one of those foundational principles, is that if you're going to incentivize to do something, it has to be something that we can directly control. And the example I would give is for load shifting. You know, we can theoretically put a rate in place that would encourage load shifting. Obviously, that's something that you would have to approve. Other parties would have to comment on. We've got a couple of those dockets out there, but we can't make our customers respond to that rate at any particular level. And what the CBA did was try to make a projection, an assumption that other parties looked at, that the commission looked at to determine, okay, based on these assumptions that are now 10 years old, based on a load curve that is pre-pandemic, what would we expect? And second, we're concerned that the concept advocated by the joint commenters is that performance incentives should be used, in our view, to incentivize specific actions, not to measure us against our previous forecasts that were reviewed at the time and considered, reasonable at the time based on the data we had. And I think it's important to state again what was said is none of the parties are disagreeing with our decision to roll out AMI meters. They didn't disagree with it at the time, and they're not saying that now that decision was incorrect in hindsight. And I think, frankly, if they did, I would have a different set of comments on that. But I think that's important to note. And our AMR meters were at the end of their useful life, and so we had to replace those. And so we provided that CBA, like I said, as a way to help understand, based on the information we had at the time, what we could project as benefits. But all of those benefits would have to come, obviously, through programs that would be regulated, that you guys would approve or not approve, and our customer reaction to those programs. So it wasn't intended to be, and I don't think it should be read as to be a hindsight sort of perfect prediction or some variation of a perfect prediction. But now that we've made the decision to install AMI meters and begun to install them, we simply think the best course of action is to try to not reassess the basis for that and go back and see if we're hitting all the incentives or all the numbers perfectly, but to figure out what the commission wants, how they want us to use those technologies now, what are the right things that we can do with these deployed technologies to meet the ends that you want. So with that, I think I could go through the decision options, but I will say that I think the briefing papers, very accurately captured where we are. So I'm happy to do it, but they've been captured correctly.
Commissioner Sullivan and then Commissioner Tuma.
I guess it's a question for Ms. Campbell or the parties. I find myself in the position of I know we've asked for PIMs, I know we've asked for this, but at a high level, we have this system in place. It feels to me like it's probably more efficient. Like I told Excel earlier today, do a peak time rebate. I don't know if you're going to do that, but that's what I would like. I think that there's a lot of value there. And at some level, I feel like that's a more efficient way to utilize this resource. And, just to be very direct and, this is how we expect you to use the resource. My concern is that we get into this question with PIMS, the super granular point of let's look at every different, metric, and then we kind of lose the forest through the tree. I'm interested in your thought, Ms. Campbell, on that, but I think that there's a great I think there's great opportunity in smart meters for a lot of things: energy efficiency, demand response, stuff that's not thought of yet. And if we, if we put too fine of a point on it, I think we might kind of lose that.
Ms. Campbell.
Good question, Commissioner Sullivan. I don't think we're trying to put too fine of a point on it. We're just trying to recognize the fact that there were a lot of benefits promised to offset these costs. And the peak demand rate that you mentioned is one of the things that Xcel could do, to meet these requirements under PIMS. So to me, it really isn't micromanaging the company. To me, it's, you said that you would provide these benefits. We came up with a PIMS that requires you to do some of what you agreed to do, and you promised us. And you have some options and different programs, and one of them could be that, to meet that goal. So I felt like we were asked to do this. And the PBR, I'm a little concerned that I think that got pushed back a couple of years too. And so we already have these smart meters, and we're already going to be paying for, ratepayers are going to be paying for these costs. And we want to make sure that we get the benefits and not 5 years down the road. We want the benefits now when we're paying for the costs for ratepayers. So.
Mr. Crawford looks like he wants to say something.
Yeah, just Madam Chair, Commissioners, Brandon Crawford with the Citizens Utility Board. I just want to build on what Ms. Campbell was saying. When the Commission made the determination to allow these investments to move forward, it was based on that cost-benefit analysis and the benefits promised to customers. And I think an analogy might be quite useful here. Say I am in the market for a new car. I go to the dealership and I'm looking for a base model. Salesman comes up to me and says, "Hey, you need all these bells and whistles. We want you to get the top of the line." That drives up the cost, it drives up the salesman's commission, but I think those bells and whistles sound great. So I sign a contract, I pay for the car. But when the time comes for the dealership to deliver the car, I don't get those bells and whistles. They give me the base model. We want to make sure that ratepayers are getting what they paid for, that they're getting the benefit of the bargain, that they're getting those bells and whistles. Xcel is spending hundreds of millions of dollars of ratepayer funds. We want to make sure that ratepayers are getting those benefits.
Isn't that, though, I mean, I understand, I hear the example, but isn't the way that we make sure that Minnesotans and Xcel's ratepayers are getting that is through us? That we're approving programs, that we're getting, I mean, I've got Target Lock right now on peak time rebates because I think it's cool, but like that we're getting this kind of stuff. Like that for me that's the metric that's how we ensure that we're getting the value there.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I agree that we should be looking at all different methods that AMI can benefit customers. Just several weeks ago, you had mentioned how to utilize it to conduct a customer segmentation study to see how different customers contribute to load and how those costs are equitably or inequitably distributed across rate classes. I think those are really important. But the fact that the Commission did rely on the cost-benefit analysis when approving those investments, I think is sufficient basis to rely on it again when establishing the PIMS. And the PIMS that we've proposed are reflective of both the scope and the scale of the AMI and FAN investments, and that's not reflective in the company's proposal. I think that's really important because we want utilities to be accurate in their cost-benefit analyses. We don't want them to overpromise and pad the numbers in order to push investments forward, only to find out down the line that the benefits are never going to materialize.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm struggling with what you said and how your position on decision options, Mr. Dapson. And maybe I'm struggling with the terminology that is in 201 and 202, or 2001 and 2002. I'll just say 1 and 2 from now on. And that is suspend. Suspend would have assumed we'd done something already. We haven't done anything yet. It seemed like more what you were saying is refer the decision on AMI and FAN PIMS to the PBR docket. I suppose you could read this sentence to say that what it means, but it seems like suspend almost asks as if we're denying it. So,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, let me lay out our position there because I'll try to do better at that because I probably should have walked through them. I think in our view we would prefer 2001. We are fine with 2002. We think that's fine as well. And I think the point that I think is important to us is, I think as sort of was laid out in briefing papers, AMI and FAN are a technology that allows us to do a lot of different things. And at least in our view, the best way for the commission to, look at performance metrics and consider potential incentives is to really look at what does it want as a whole, knowing that AMI and FAN may allow us to do some things to get to that. And certainly you can discuss AMI and FAN in the PBR and what opportunities it presents. But, so I think we would prefer that because it doesn't tie specific PIMs to an individual technology purchase. We've decided to purchase the technology. I have quite a bit of disagreement with how that was characterized, but we put forward a cost-benefit analysis that was looked at, and that was a projection of if certain programs get rolled out based on what we anticipate, this is an assessment of what the costs and the benefits of this could be. Now, the commission could approve a variety of other programs or change that based on what we've learned over the last 10 years since that was sort of the original data for that was compiled. And so I think, but it seems from our perspective, the focus should be on, in a single docket, on a holistic level of what are the performance metrics that you want? What are the incentives that you want us, where do you want us to be moving toward? And then AMI and FAN may make some of those more possible than others.
So you wouldn't, I'm not saying this is where I'm at. I'm just trying to figure out what you said and what it's happening. I think it would be more appropriate to say you would rather refer the decision of AMI and FAN as PIMS or for PIMS to the PBR docket. I mean, to me, that's what I thought you said, but I look at this and the word suspend bothers me. It acts as if we're just saying, no, we're not going to deal with it all. Because it's got a good record here. So I would want that record to go someplace. I don't just want it just to die and then have us to redo it. And here's my beef on. I mean, I came into the commission right after passage of the multi-year rate case. Everybody was all excited about performance-based metrics. We're going to do performance-based metrics, and Minnesota gets announced in all these NARUC events, and people go talk about them, and blah, blah, blah. And that's all we did, blah, blah, blah. Kind of, it's been the teacher in Charlie Brown, a lot of wah, 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 and nothing has happened, and now I've been on this commission now some 10 years, and so I'm worried if this is...
Who does the wah, wah, wah?
That was... Isn't that how she does
No.
Don't answer
Who
that.
on us? Of us.
No, it's not you. It's the stakeholders. I mean, we've had stakeholder events on...
No, it's not the stakeholders in front of us. You don't mean that.
No.
No.
Because, Mr. Crawford was probably still in high school at the time when we started. I'm just giving you a hard time. No, I mean, it really has felt like we've talked and talked and talked, and this is a conspiracy theorist to me, is that you all passed the multi-year rate case with promises of performance-based rates and then just slow-walked it. I mean, that's the conspiracy theorist in me. So, I mean, I'm kind of okay with the concept of referring this to a more holistic, as you put it, discussion about where we want it to be in the PBR docket. But if the PBR docket's going nowhere, then I'm probably better off doing it now. So help me out here. Are we going to do something to the PBR docket, or are we just holistically trying to kill this concept
Chair,
of performance-based
Tuma,
rates?
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. I think I'll take that in a couple pieces. I mean, the PBR docket is paused, and we're gathering data and filing information. It's certainly not an indefinite pause. I'm not going to sit here and predict what's going to happen with that docket, but I am not reading anything into that as to say that it's never going to go anywhere. I think the commission, sort of as I opened up in my opening comments, like the commission has laid out, I think, a pretty thorough process of making sure the incentives it sets are well-founded and well-grounded in data, and we're they are, we're taking that approach. I think your question started with respect to refer this to the PBR docket. I think if you want to do that, I'm fine with that. I don't have a great opposition to it. I think to make the really sort of nuanced point that I think we're trying to get is, I think that we are concerned about instead of having broad metrics that you're tracking and potentially creating incentives for on big outcomes that you want the utility to achieve, and considering the technology and how it can achieve that, what this is talking about is we want incentives for a specific technology. That's not our preferred path, but that's the explanation that I can give for why we would prefer 2001 as written versus a referral. If you wanted to refer, we'll take it up there.
And just so I'm reading that, again, suspend, I don't know what that means, okay? You basically want us to deny any use of PIMs with AMI and FAN.
I think that's another way you could say it, is what you're saying, or we actually deny it now versus just moving it over to the PBR docket. Is that what you're thinking?
I mean, I don't know what suspend means. Suspend it and then what? Come back to it with a
The
future
reason I
docket?
interjected, sorry, I did that, but that was like what I talked to staff about in my briefing too. What does suspend mean when we have this other PBR docket that's sort of on ice and in different ways? And so where would these, anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, we're tracking right along. I just didn't know what it meant. I mean, it seems like that's your position, is we want to move past this. It may come up in the PBR docket, but you're saying to us, we don't think this fits with our PBR philosophy when you get to PBR. I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's what your position is.
I want to make sure I'm understanding, but I think that's right. I mean, I think that, but I will say in the PBR docket, if parties really insist upon, PIMs, directly tied to a specific technology, obviously we'll have that discussion there. We don't think that's the right discussion, but to the extent that discussion is going to happen, we think it should be in the PBR docket.
I think, Commissioner Tuma, not to get into deliberations with you, but I think you're pointing out the same thought I had, is that it's sort of up to the commission to decide too. I, at least coming from this docket, it was like, I appreciated the work that the joint commenters put into this and recognized that we asked you to do it. And so it's kind of like an awkward feeling now to be like, for me, at least just speaking for the way I reviewed the record, is I don't think that the overall method for developing PIMs here is going to correctly account for the costs that we already have sunk into AMI. And the PIMs, in my estimation, aren't going to incent the behavior that needs to come from the adopted technology in this docket, or I don't think this is quite the right way to do it. I'm sympathetic and I think thinking consistently with others that we need to ensure that the company is fully deploying the attributes of FAN and, for example, but I'm not sure that through a PIM process that we're going to get that. And I also think that one thing that staff helped lay out in their briefing papers that was instructive for me was, that company is under their cost cap pretty significantly, as outlined in tables 3 and 4. And that's like what we want the company to be seen, isn't that right? Or that's what we want for the protection of ratepayers, Ms. Campbell, is to see that they're rolling out AMI in a cost-effective manner for ratepayers. So help me square up that, we care about the overall costs of these programs, and I heard what you said in your opening comments. Of course we do. But is the PIM going to actually get to that? Is it going to lead to any other cost saving for ratepayers? I'm not sure. It just seems like the deployment of the technology is what we need to continue to work on. And for my ear, or for the way I've read this, is like we have to make sure in how they use it through different programs and filings they'll have to ensure full ratepayer value of the technology.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Chair Sieben. Sure, there's two pieces to a cost-benefit analysis, as you noted, and you're kind of talking about more of the cost side, and of course we want them to implement that, and we're glad that it's not, $600 million, it's maybe $40 or $60 million lower than that estimated. They haven't finished it yet, but so that's one piece of it. But we really do think that these benefits for load reduction and load management are a big part of the savings and an important part as we move to carbon free. And so I think that the sooner we get going on those, the sooner we can start getting benefits. It kind of reminds me a lot of the MISO market. I'm old and I've been here a long time. And when we moved to the MISO market, lots of people wanted to talk about the MISO costs, but a lot of people didn't want to talk about the MISO revenues. And some of us remember that we really pushed to make sure that ratepayers got the revenues too. So it was a net cost. And it really is similar to this. We need to make sure we get the benefits. These are benefits that were in the benefit cost analysis that ultimately led to us approving, the commission approving these projects. So why wouldn't you want to have them be accountable? And some of the things that Commissioner Sullivan mentioned are things that they can do to do these load reduction and load movement type stuff. We talked about table 11 is a nice summary of the 3 PIMs we want. We want unassigned usage, we want meter failure rate, and we want load shifting load reductions. Those benefits are an important part of why we went for the high-end AMI fan. And if we don't get those, I feel like we failed ratepayers. And I'd like other people to go ahead and add, I
Ms.
think.
Campbell, I don't know if I agree that if we don't adopt a PIM, it means that we're failing ratepayers. I think that my perspective is you're artificially tying a very small financial incentive or penalty to an overall multi-million-dollar program that we collectively have to work to ensure that Excel files programs and filings in the IDP and in rate cases that fully ensures that the company is utilizing the technology, not whether or not we adopt a really small incentive or penalty band to ensure that that technology is appropriately used. So I don't think you disagree with that. It's not really a question. I'm just saying, I'm with you on like ensuring that we fully maximize the benefits for Excel's customers of deployment of this new technology, but I'm not convinced on this record or in the PBR docket that PBR is like this magic sauce that's gonna make the company do what's right or not. I think there's much more like strong regulation based on your analysis and the department's pushing that we need to, ensure they're filing more programs that effectively covers different areas that the meters will enable. I just don't want it to be, sorry, I wasn't going to talk on this docket at all because everybody hears too much from me on this, but
Sorry, I got you going again.
you got me going, no, I think the ghost of the blah, blah, blah got me going.
That's me.
Maybe it was me.
Caused a problem. I told you it did.
I just don't, I'm not sure that the PBR here is the effective way to do that. So, Commissioner Hom, sorry, I cut in before you had your hand up earlier.
No, thank you, Chair Sieben. I share your frustration, and then I know how important accountability is. But as Chair says, there are different ways to do accountability. So let's pull back a bit and see more in the big picture of this. As Commissioner Sullivan mentioned, that the rebate, I call it like critical peak pricing, we can revert that to a critical peak rebate, which will have a lesser resistance from the customer because it's a rebate rather than pricing. I think some rate design gets a lot of bad reputation from the customers. And then Commission was ordering Excel to do demand response last several years, and Excel's performance was just bare minimum. So there is a record in the Commission dockets. That's why the group of this intervener is frustrated with how Excel is doing. I agree with them. But once again, we have to pull back a little bit on this one. Performance-based regulation was that I have a different memory of outside the Commission. I think that discussion came out when utility worry about death spiral. And utility worry about their rate base not growing, their sales doesn't go up. They want to have a steady revenue from this incentive. That's why there was a lot of discussion nationally, and then I think the Commission may adopt that proceeding too. Now utility doesn't worry about that. I think now they worry about how to get more capacity to meet their increasing load. I think on Tuesday we had that significant discussion about the data center and other organic growth in the load is a significant issue and the challenge for the Commission and then everybody, because reliability and cost impact from this. So that's why we may need to pull back a little bit on this discussion and see what is the best way to make company accountable and we can bring the best value for the ratepayers. So I'll ask company, what was prohibiting company to implement this, Commissioner Sullivan suggested, a critical peak rebate?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I'll confess about the specific critical peak rebates. I don't know the answer to that specific question, but I would say in terms of dynamic pricing, we've been trying to do quite a bit. We've got a time of use pilot, or time of use CPP pilot that I think we're learning quite a bit from in our customer. We're having, as we've notified the Commission, we're having difficulty getting customers to sign on to that specific rate. I know that the briefing papers mentioned the department's letter in that. I mean, that's a pretty significant decision that the commission would need to make. And we've obviously had our our residential time of use proposal out there that we've modified. And so, I mean, I think, we're throwing a lot out there. We talked about what we're doing through ECO, and certainly open to guidance as to what, you want us to do more of or pull back on. I think
Use it more than just for test runs.
No, I mean,
I guess. Well, I think that's a fair point. I guess I would say back to that. I think one of the learnings that we've had from the two pilots I just mentioned is there's a customer, at minimum education issue, and at maximum, customers or at least a large part of our customers are hesitant to these, and we're trying to figure out how to balance, that impact. And I think that has been a learning for us, the gravity of the response we got back. We're trying to balance that with the other goals. And so I think this all, in our mind, this all fits into, I think, where you and the chair is to say, we have the technology, and now we look at sort of the world as it exists and what we've learned to implement to maximize the value of what we have now. We're absolutely willing to engage in that in a variety of different ways. I think it's just the problem of going back to, a while ago and measuring what you guys order and what we propose against what we included in a cost-benefit analysis then.
Yeah, I'll yield it to you a little bit after this. That's why I didn't say that the specific tariff language that you are trying to promote. I said certain rate design has a lot of reaction from a customer. Mm-hmm. But are you expecting any negative reaction from the customer on the critical peak rebate?
I honestly, I would not expect a negative reaction to a critical peak rebate. I would say there are a variety of other, then revenue neutrality, things like that you have to consider. But I understand your point.
I mean, revenue neutrality is they are not causing the peak, then we can lower their price. You already have a summer and winter rates. So I don't see any huge issue. And also you have two different programs, smart thermostat and behavioral correction. I am getting email from you guys saying that you are good, but you can do better. Yes, I'm trying to react to it. But it's not fair to rely on people's goodwill. And then that's not a good way to do the resource planning. And also you're not getting the credit for that at the MISO. That's why Commissioner Sullivan was suggesting, yes, there is a very known, well-functioning, once again, I used the GRE as an example in prior example, same thing. There is a connexus. Who's doing it is working well. Mm-hmm. Why not just try to do it? Have you offered it in the resource plan as one of the products to promote the demand response?
Or in your rate case?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hum, I don't know, but I don't believe that has been offered in either of those. We obviously don't have AMI rolled out, and I'm taking your point, and we can certainly go back and look at that. I think sort of coming back to, I guess, the point I would make about this docket and this proposal is I think I'm in general agreeing with the point of the technologies that we have are opening up different potential options, whether that be a critical peak rebate price, what have you. Those are all options. But what we wouldn't know, even if we rolled out a rebate, is how our customers would respond to it. So we can make a forecast, we can project, and I'm sure there would be some response. Of course, there would be some response, but instead of, as the chair said, developing specific programs, rates, that use the AMI technology to achieve the ends that you want. What we're talking about here is simply requiring us to meet a specific forecast whether we implement programs or not, and whether customers respond to them or not.
Yeah, I have a few more follow-up, but I think Commissioner Sullivan wants to interject on this discussion. Go ahead.
I just want, like, this is where my head goes with all of this right here, is like, I think, I hear Ms. Campbell and the parties here, like, I hear what you're saying. When I think of a PIM, like, this is how I kind of step back and I think of this, is with critical peak pricing, or with when we were to say utilize smart meters as a flexible resource. We have this information it was in your critical peak pricing docket from a while ago that Andy Bond, when he was at the commission, pulled together, but now he's at the department. But I'm sure he's got this information, like he could get it in 2 seconds. But it showed that in the 50 critical peak hours of the year, of the 8,760 hours, the 50 critical peak hours, the cost of those 50 hours is exponentially higher than the other ones. So even resources that are on the margin can have a massive impact to ratepayers. And what I like about Conexus's critical peak pricing program is they utilize it, like they run that thing often, and they put it out. They get significant use out of it, and it's made possible from their smart meters. And like when I think of a PIM, and I think of not a PIM, but just performance-based rate making, I think, well, okay, let's make sure that the utility is utilizing this asset that has now been acquired for them, which is a great set of meters, and that they're doing innovative programs like that, and they're taking advantage and reducing costs for ratepayers in those 50 hours or in some subset of those 50 hours, and then they get a part of that savings. That is what performance-based rate making is. And that's what I want to see. So like a PIM or, PBR mechanisms for just, is the company doing DR? And then we get to decide like that. It's in our judgment. Ultimately, it's a public interest determination, which is a judgment call. If we go this way, what I'm worried about, having cost-benefit analysis and on this super granular, like cost-benefiting every little nugget, like then we lose the through line. Now, I just put a lot out there, but there's a lot going on in the conversation here, but like, that's why I'm kind of like, I don't kind of like, going down this route of PIMs on everything. I also want to really incentivize the company to use this resource that is now at your fingertips or about to be.
Mr. Dobson.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Sullivan, I understand, I get sort of both sides of that, and I don't know that I'm going to make the perfect answer here, but I do think that like in our view, and I think where the commission has said in sort of when we're talking about PIMs and we're talking about metrics incentives, that there's a difference between trying to achieve. I guess what it says. I think what the commission has laid out is you're wanting to incentivize us to achieve targets that are in our control, and I think sort of going along with that are things that you wouldn't be regulating sort of program to program. The disconnection, remote disconnections, remote reconnections, things like that we're operating as a business. When we're talking about the benefits that we projected from a new technology, and specifically the types of rates that could be going in, those are programs and those are rates that this commission may approve or may not approve. And so I think and I know I've said that before, but I think that's what I kind of keep coming back to is, we're very open to, we've obviously proposed, like I've said, we've proposed a pilot to potentially consider CPP rates for our large customers. We've learned something very significant from that pilot, and we need to go forward. But I think what we're absolutely open to doing is having the discussion for what are the gives and takes that this commission wants to use this technology in terms of rates and programs to get the maximum benefit out of it, knowing that if there can be costs of certain actions, and so I'm fully open to you guys having that
I think
discussion.
let me just be a little obnoxious for a minute about your rate case tomorrow, Mr. Dobson. The Star Tribune says that this morning says that you're going to invest $11 billion in infrastructure over the next 5 years. I don't know if that's Minnesota specific, or I don't know any of the details, but I assume part of those costs will be filed in your rate case that we're going to see tomorrow. And the challenge I have here, and why, is in past rate cases, or maybe it was, and in IRPs, this commission has been very directive that you should do more demand response. And we keep getting these excuses why you can't. And so can you file something that, well, this is spitballing here, but we know you're filing a rate case tomorrow. We know that we will see the details of it later, and we'll bring it up in December for acceptance. And many of the joint commenters here will certainly be a part of that rate case filing. Can you commit, not now, but by the time we have that hearing on your asking for more money from ratepayers, do you think that you could file something, or that's the wrong question, do you think you could work with the parties here on an explicit demand response program that Commissioner Sullivan has been talking about, or the commission has largely been asking you to do? And it seems like there are always reasons why it's not as much or whatever. But if we look at your rate case acceptance in December and ask the company to work with the parties on a filing for expanded demand response to use your AMI meters, is that something that you think you could do in time? Because otherwise the next look at this is undetermined. Maybe it's the IDP, you can do more stuff, maybe it's your IRP. But I think the rub here, at least for me, is we want to see more action on demand response using, at least I do, using your AMI meters. And so maybe it could be developed through the course of the rate case. And the understanding being that, at least my thinking is that's why we allowed you to, we want you to use the meters as best as possible. And we want to use the good work that the parties have developed here in this docket. But I'm not really psyched about PIMS right now. So can we do it in the rate case? Possibly. If we order the ALJ to order you to look at, work with the parties in the rate case on the development of more DR.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think what I'm struggling with is I am completely open to the general suggestion. I'm trying to think through how that would sort of come into a rate case or the specific timing. Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, then when is your, if it's not at the referral at the ALJ, to the ALJ for the rate case, then, like, to get to Commissioner Sullivan's question, or what Commissioner Hom is saying too, I think what I'm hearing is like, when do we see your next filing? Not just like your pilots are in motion and telling you different things. When, like, what, because we're not, otherwise, what do we do here?
Yeah, I understand.
Collectively, instead of just, where's the venue where we could do more demand response then, if not the rate case?
I know I've asked for 60 seconds before, but if I could have a break to talk to see what we can come up with. All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dobson, or the commission will come back from its recess. And Mr. Dobson, did you have enough time to talk with other folks about your rate case?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did, and I think what we can commit to do is because I think there's sort of a variety of different paths, maybe multiple paths that I think implementing. I think what I'm hearing you guys want, maybe modifications to ECO, maybe other tariff filings. It could be a number of things. So I think with that, I think kind of hearing definitely the direction you want us to take. We're willing to start talking to other parties, I mean, immediately, very, quickly to kind of to get their sense on what types of programs they would want. And, in order to sort of kind of have those discussions and put together a filing, I know you guys want to get something rolling. I think we would ask, for a order point requiring us to do it no later than like June 1 of 2020.
We were thinking about the rate. I was thinking about the rate case tomorrow. We could direct the parties to work on a proposal that the ALJ would help develop the record, including like a filing relating, or not a filing, but a program related to demand response. That would be in your rate case. And I'm not trying to be obstinate, but I am trying to like meld the problem of this is always taking longer and it gets pushed off versus the rate case, like there's a deadline then, and that's the benefit of you working with parties on it, is they'll be in the rate case anyway, and they can help work on it as well.
Sure. And I guess what I'm comfortable committing to doing is saying that, we can have those discussions between now and the completeness hearing. And I obviously don't know what those would result in, but I'll be prepared to talk about that at the completeness hearing.
I think that would be, at least I'm just speaking for myself, and I don't know if the commissioners will agree, but on this issue of specifically for demand response, using the meters that are rolled out, or like a program that could start pretty soon. It feels to me like over the course of a lot of discussions with the company, there's still low-hanging fruit on the demand response. And now that you have AMI partially rolled out, like we can get a little more active in coming up with a new filing or expand your existing demand response in some way that can better utilize the new infrastructure that's there. And so I don't know if, and our staff is going to be obviously involved in the rate case, and we don't know what's in it tomorrow unless you want to tell us more now, but that's sort of what I'm thinking. And it sounds like you can continue to have those discussions for the rate case too.
Yeah, I think, Madam Chair, I'm ready to sort of have those discussions and come back to you at the completeness hearing with a much better response than I'm able to give you right now.
That's good. And Ms. Campbell, you might not think this is your I understand that you want us to do other things, but can you talk about demand response in the rate case filing, or do you have another idea of a docket that you would think would be a better venue to discuss this?
Yeah, I think it would be better to be focused on demand response, to keep it in a separate docket. It's a multi-year rate plan. There's so many things in there that
could you work with the company to come up with language for like a filing deadline, or where that filing would be then, if it's just a generic docket or something, in the course of the rate case, so that by completeness, then you would have a plan mapped out with the other parties, hopefully, and on when that would be? Because I don't want to try to come up with it right now on the fly either, but I know we're going to have a completeness determination hearing in December on Excel's rate case. And so would that give you enough time to talk about how to do this then?
I think when the joint commenters talked, we thought a separate filing probably was appropriate. And I think probably in completeness comments, we can say, hey, I don't know if it could be in this existing docket, if we can continue this discussion, or if you want to open up a new docket and say the focus is on demand response, maybe. Commission investigation into demand response that based on, this AMI and FAN. I'm just nervous that we're going to kick it to the rate case. Oh, we're going to kick it to the PBR docket that we already pushed back 2 months. I want to get going now. I want the benefits now for ratepayers, and I want to get moving on it. So do all the joint commenters. And if we could,
I want it now too. I
Yeah,
don't
I
want
think
it
you
to
do
be
too.
like, oh, I don't want to have a conversation a year from now saying, oh, they've used it 8 times now. There were 2 more test runs and they used it 8 times, not 6. I'm sick of having that conversation. And not only that, just to double down on this within MISO, and our data center hearing that we just had, we have a significant amount of load growth that's coming. We need these resources to be able to be deployed and to be deployable so that we can serve every hour of the year. And we have a new capacity construct in MISO that could deliver more resources back. We weren't crazy about it. Thank you, Commissioner Hom, for all your work on that. But at the end of the day, it could lead to more resources coming back in MISO's capacity construct. But we need to get going on this now, not like when I hear another doc and we'll open it up, and by this time, we'll get to it by this time next year. Ugh. I'm file it in ECO today. That's the way that I look at it. And then there's all the cost benefit tests in the world in ECO. But I don't know, Ms. Levinson-Falk.
Thank you, Chair Steven and Commissioner Sullivan. And I think that is exactly, when you spoke about hearing some frustration on our part, that's where that's coming from. We're now 5.5 years into this topic, and I think 6 or more dockets into it, and it feels a bit like the company has been moving the ball consistently throughout that time. That the Commission ordered, starting with the 2019 docket, that the cost recovery is going to be contingent on making sure that the benefits that they said, that on which the Commission predicated their approval of this very expensive resource were going to be real. And the Commission has reiterated it since then. And so we have brought forward what we think is the best proposal that we had to make sure that happens. And that is certainly not the only way to do it, but it is a concrete and we think very reasonable, not too far in the weeds, not too much in the details that only, what Ms. Campbell previously said requires the company to get a third of what they promised on the load flexibility. But I think it's distinct from, PBR is the same word. PBR in the other docket is about what is the utility kind of business model? How is that kind of being motivated? Here, it's really about determining prudency of a specific investment. And the Commission said this investment is prudent because the benefits are going to outweigh the costs. The costs are kind of baked in. The company's return on those costs are kind of baked in this point, and we appreciate that they're coming in a little under. But the benefits, I think, we have a long way to go to make sure that they're real. And so I think, we pretty strongly believe that you have a concrete proposal to do that. Is certainly not exclusive with any of the other suggestions. I really appreciate what you're thinking about moving it forward in these specific ways, and I think you could do both.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Steven. Once again, I agree with you guys' frustration. I am also frustrated. And being said, as Commissioner Sullivan said, MISOs are changing their capacity accreditation methodology. So now it's moving from gross peak to net peak. And then critical peak time will have a huge impact to future accreditation. That's why Commissioner Sullivan is keep pushing this critical peak-based rebates, which has a less resistance than critical peak pricing. So given that, I think it's not just an option for Excel anymore. Unless they develop this one properly, I think we have to find a way to deny cost recovery of some of the other things. For example, if Excel doesn't properly deploy this one during the critical peak time, and if they are net energy buyer, we can deny some of their energy cost because they didn't do their job. So that's why I say, I understand you guys work hard on this one. We can pull back and see whether we can do better way to deliver to the ratepayers rather than we argue about whether it's doable, not doable in the long run. So hopefully we can send a clear signal to Excel. No, it's no longer option. Unless Excel properly do it, we have a different way to deny cost recovery. So clearly in the energy market, critical peak pricing or critical peak rebate can have an influence on to your energy buying at that time if you're a net buyer and overall LMP. So there are two potential impact to the rates for the ratepayers. So we can critically see it. If you don't do well on that, and that you don't develop these metrics, even though we don't do this maybe on today's, but if you don't collect this data, how can you prove that your action was prudent over the next few years? So that's why, to me, this work is not going to go away, even if we do not approve this one as a performance incentive metrics. But this can be a great data to make Excel accountable in the long run if they don't behave and produce right outcome for the ratepayers.
So, Madam Chair, sitting here as I was driving back from SPP, praying and hoping that someone would come up with a motion, something along this lines, which agrees, I think, with you, Madam Chair, that in the next rate case or in another process that would be more expeditious, that Excel would start to use these darn things ASAP to reduce or to improve the benefits to customers who are paying for them by reducing load, critical peak, and lowering rates and lowering carbon. Now, I'm being somewhat facetious, but what I'm hearing from you, that's what you're saying, and I'm all supportive of it. I don't know if we need a motion today. I think they probably got the message because they need to come back to us by the time they have their hearing in front of us on completeness to maybe have something along that lines. But that's what I'm hearing. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And that's what I'm hearing from the other folks that are in the room talking about this. And so that's what I'm hearing. And I don't know if we need a motion, but
can we? I agree that I don't think we necessarily need a motion, Commissioner Tuma. And I think what Commissioner Hom is saying is, like, we're all sort of saying the same thing up here, that at least, again, and Ms. Campbell, I understand that there are rate case decisions, like there's a whole host of issues in a rate case. And I'm not getting irritated at you explicitly. I'm irritated that we're considering another rate case starting tomorrow and recognizing that there are statutory deadlines to it. And there are, as the department, you have a lot of power to be able to negotiate with a company on costs related to their increase. I doubt they're going to propose tomorrow to decrease costs, so let's just assume it's an increase. Like, you are going to have that ability, as Commissioner Hom articulated, to be able to look at this. And so, like, I'm a little irritated that you said you don't think the rate case is the right way to do it, because then where is it going to come up again? Like, it could maybe come up in advanced rate design. Maybe you can, sorry, now I'm just getting frustrated because I think we're all, at least up here, saying the same thing. We want Excel to do more. And so maybe it is not in the rate case that they're filing tomorrow. But that's because of the statutory requirements of how we have to accept a rate case, and there's going to be a hearing on it, it's going to go to the ALJ, and there's opportunity for parties, all three of you, I assume, will be in that to develop the record. And then there's a timeline in which we have to take it back up, as opposed to like advance rate design or the IDPs where there's a ton of extension requests and it doesn't come back up. So one more time, like, did you hear what Commissioner Tuma said and what Commissioner Hom said about, like, this is an opportunity to potentially look at it? And do you think you could maybe do that?
We will look at it. I liked Tuma, I think, gave some flexibility to give us an opportunity to think about whether we could make it work in the rate case or we think it's better to do in another proceeding. So
More expeditiously was the key word.
yes. And so I think we'll take that back and we'll think about that and we'll address that in completeness comments. And if we could, I would just love to give Synops like 1 minute or maybe 2 to just say, they were a big help in this docket to give their little response to anything that maybe we didn't address as detailed as they probably would have, if that's all right.
No, I appreciate that. And we tried to do that by giving the joint commenters opening comments. So Synops, we're not intentionally ignoring you and appreciate your work in here, and state your name and say what you'd like.
Oh, good. This is Eric Borden with Synapse Energy Economics. Thank you, Chair Zeben. I'll just make a quick comment and then maybe Ben can add on, but kind of what I'm hearing from this discussion is, an effort to drag Excel to kind of do what the commission hopes. And part of the point of PIMS is to better align the financial incentives of the company and ratepayers so that the company itself is motivated to do all those things. So, wouldn't it be nice if the company was pushing hard for demand response, for peak time rebates, CPP, and all that? So that's kind of why, that's kind of the point of PIMS, and what Commissioner Hom said is essentially a PIM itself. If saying if you don't do this, certain costs will be disallowed. And so I just wanted to put that out there in terms of the framing of, putting certain financial incentives in place to better align utility incentives with ratepayer benefits and societal benefits.
Mr. Borden,
And anything.
I concur with you on that, and that's why I specifically want to avoid making decisions around what we have in front of us today, where we use the words like suspend or, send it off to purgatory. Even though that wasn't one of them, but nonetheless, I think it's important for us to keep that option open. I don't want to dismiss it offhand just because it didn't play out in this docket. But I think it needs to be part of the discussion. Maybe there's better approaches. Obviously, our cooperatives have figured out, but I understand Excel is not Connexus. And so we need to figure out what makes sense and whether there are financial incentives to make Excel act more like Connexus, who does have a financial interest. And so I think we are open to those things, and I don't want to just throw out all the good work that you put behind thinking about these incentives. I think they still can come into play. It's just not happening through the normal process with this investor-owned utility. We need to figure it out better. I hope you see that's what we're trying to do by not just throwing this out, throwing the bathwater out with the baby without the bathwater. I guess I get my analogies correct here. Is to keep it available, but we also want to see action. We just don't know what that looks like, and so we're trying to use the one tool that we do have, and that is the rate case or a facsimile to that. And I think you agree with that. I hope that we're just trying to find that right mix to make it work.
Okay, Commissioner Sullivan, you had your hand up before? No? Then maybe we should, in the interest of moving this along, before that, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Steven. So one just a little commentary to the Excel. I think remote disconnecting this AMI actually has a significant impact on the service quality of the Excel. I think we have a different docket tracking that number of disconnection, disparity between Excel and other utility. So I have a very serious concern with that issue. So that's why this metrics is a good thing. Yes, we need to see it. But once again, we can look at this in different docket, and we are looking at it. And then the last few days, I was working with the staff on that issue, and we are working on that. So I think that's why your work on this one is not going away. We are doing it.
Okay, commissioners, do you need more time before we move to deliberations? Or is there?
I need like a couple minutes to talk to staff really quickly.
Okay, the commission stands in recess until 2 p.m.
I would like you actually to do that. What? I would like you to do that.
Oh, good.
I'm looking for
the commission will come back from its recess, and I hope we're ready to move into deliberations. And Commissioner Sullivan, did you want to lead us off with a motion?
Yes. So my motion is, and I think, Mr. Graham, maybe we could put up the decision options. Pardon? Yes, please. Oh, look at that. Magic. I was going to read it out loud by Teams, but the magic of, okay, don't be your dad. Sorry. I said, don't be your dad, because I'm getting that way. I mean,
I agree with your daughters.
yeah, so my decision options are decision option 2001 to deny and change from suspend to deny consideration. I mean, for all the reasons that we've talked about, I'm comfortable with that decision option. Then I would move decision options 213, 214, 215, and then my new decision option, capturing the conversation that we just had. And Mr. Graham, if you could scroll down, and the new decision option is a 217, and it requires the company to propose procedural pathways for additional DR and load flex programs by the rate case completeness hearing. And the purpose of that is to get going. And that's my motion. Happy to answer any questions.
Is there any discussion of Commissioner Sullivan's motion?
With the inclusion of 217, I support your motion.
Thank you.
Hearing none, then are we ready to vote, Commissioners? Staff is clear on the motion. And Excel, assuming that if this order isn't out in time by the rate case completeness hearing, just checking in that you can still do 2017.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I understand we have to do this by the completeness hearing. Yeah.
And that sort of means you'll consult with other parties too.
Yep.
Okay.
I understand that.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan.
Including maybe Connexus? Anyways. Sorry. Just suggesting it.
Okay. Do you want to add that into your, just kidding. Okay. So on Commissioner Sullivan's overall motion, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, then we'll proceed to vote. Commissioner Hom?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Tuma?
Yes.
Commissioner Means?
Yes.
I also vote yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much to everyone. I hope you have a great Halloween, and we'll see you next time. The agenda is concluded.